ऑन है।
उधर आपके सिस्टम में लाइट आ रहे हैं उधर
है ऑन है।
उधर आपके
मैं दूसरा लैपटॉप कनेक्ट कर देता हूँ।
लेफ्ट एक मिनट जॉर्ज जस्ट 1 मिनट
India.
Let me see if cameras works on that. कैमरा नहीं हो रही जॉर्ज टीवी सोर्स प्रोजेक्शन इज नॉट वर्किंग ओके दिस इज वर्किंग लेफ्ट पैनल जॉर्ज नीचे देखो नीचे इसके फ्लोर बॉक्स के नीचे देखो I don't know which one it is. The projection is not coming up.
For this?
For the TV. Yeah. No, don't touch anything right. Need to connect directly. Remove it, connect directly. No, remove, pick this up. Well, you want to connect here?
Yeah, I remove this.
Okay.
No, I want to connect.
Okay, remove the HDMI. On my George.
Yes, Abhi.
It's coming which?
Direct
Okay, put back.
Duplicate vecha. See, now I connect this here. Take the logo.
Okay, put.
So the signal is.
George, what happened? He doesn't know. She tested this. Which is left, which is right also, I don't know. For this one, which left? George.
Hi Osama, how are you?
Change this thing. Change the display. Don't change anything on the. Don't touch the projector.
Duplicate screen है तो चलेगा वो तो. Yeah, it's working, I guess. The mouse, we saw the mouse, right?
No, that mouse is of this other projector. Can I
Here.
see something? What is given down? I don't know.
There's a cable coming up. There's the one.
Rajesh, get me a laptop.
Detect. Okay.
Get me a laptop.
Your laptop?
Your laptop. क्या करे जॉर्ज? Wait. Open it. Change get it. Mobile. Change the cable, George. Direct connect, George. उल्टा. चश्मा किधर है आपका? George, something wrong with the input for this. नहीं आ रहे जॉर्ज, ऊपर जाओ, देखो. It's something to do with the left and right panels you guys are doing. Just keep it on this.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
The please focus.
Okay.
I want to try.
1 minute. The display is not coming. George.
So we have the PPT of Dr. Fathi Filani, right?
Yes. I already linked
Okay.
with that
Do
title.
you have any missing PPT for the first day?
No,
All
I
good.
received everything.
Okay. Abdullah, I want to try. Keep by yourself.
Or come.
What's the problem?
It's not connecting that much.
What?
That they are checking. Osama. I link this one. Just check.
What is that?
That is Zoom link. I linked here. It's okay. Do you want to change the color?
No, I think it's okay, right, Markisa? Could you? Do you want to see?
Yeah, I am. Try. That's where is the PPT?
I. 1
هو هون
second.
بيجي بس it's not connected. 1 second. 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 1
They're checking this one. That's
سألني أمين
هم قالوا لنا
let me check.
شامل بيسأل
حتى انجي مش
حتى حد معطل
هو شوف يا جو يلا I want to fly. I want to go. Welcome.
Keep that in mind.
Joe, I'm your sister. I'm your best friend.
No, I was just trying to come and get it work.
Yalla, I want to try.
I know you want to try, but what to give you that is something is not working. Tell me. George, try the floor box. Put the floor box.
I'm gonna try that one there.
Put a floor box. Select the floor box. Floor box. This floor box. Floor box.
تمام؟ يلا شوي شوي.
Try this computer. Because you want this instead.
Oh, what's the
Why is it like this? Why is it like this? George, why is the projection like this? Maybe the where is the resolution?
How are you? Did you take your bath?
Yes.
I printed. So you leave it there? It costs money. It's money. Where's your bag?
George, can you go on top? We need to test this other one.
Quickly, George, quickly. You want to start on top?
This is not coming on right. The resolution is not coming right, George.
George, you put it to the back. Don't put it in.
Just go on top, go on top. You tested yesterday before leaving? Did you test everything before leaving this laptop?
No.
Why? Why is that?
Adil.
Use the left wall, right wall, George.
Adil, can you connect there?
George, left, right wall पे connect किया.
Adil, open that control panel. Connect it there. It's disconnected. Connect there. I can shoot.
George, floor box.
4+1.
This floor box, yeah, whatever is this. I need to.
عن جد؟
كويس كويس شرحت.
Adil, are you making resolution? Resolution. Excuse. Do you notice?
انا قصدي عشان
Sure.
خلاص اسماعيل اوكي.
اثنين.
اكيد هو بكره.
Resolution, I change from duplicated to extend only.
Second
Here also is
It's getting.
the sessions, we have the 4 presentations. Very good. Can you
نادي اخر واحد اسماعيل، يعني احنا دائما المودريتور اخر واحد.
Very good.
نادي الفاينانس التكريم.
على اساس انه احنا اسماعيل هو حينادي، ولو دكتور خالد مو حينادي، دكتور خالد من كرم، ولو دكتور خالد مش حينادني انا.
طيب.
يعني اسماعيل هو
خلاص
حينادي.
معناته انا بعطيك الدواء وانت بتعطي لي اياه، خلاص من غير منادى.
خلص الصفقات. انت اصحاب من غير ميلادي.
لا اذا كان الدكتور خالد موجود او مش موجود هي depends. وين الجعلش تبعه؟
ما كانش انت بتقعد.
هاي انترنت.
بعد ما نجيهم انا اطلع اقول خلاص انا اعطيني
ايوه بالضبط. شفت البروجرام؟
اي
كويس؟ اول ما يوصلوا لنا بكره تسمعهم.
السلام عليكم.
لا ليه الو صباح الخير هلا والله يس 9 يس right. Why the screen is stretched?
Screen की बात नहीं है. Screen is here.
The screen is stretched يا جو. يا جو كمان
Yes.
Don't move any screen. Just keep it as it is.
Test one.
Adil, don't duplicate, please. Is it okay? Adil,
Adil, check.
Come in the screen.
No.
Huh?
Resolution?
No. Is it fine now? Can you put the PPT file on? Open the PPT file. Presentation mode. First, click on the first slide.
It's a bit blurry, my people.
Aida, just change and see the sound is working. Next. Click on go next. Click on any PPT file with the attachment. Click on with the attachment. Yes. Okay. Is the resolution fine?
Bit low. I mean, if you
Adil, you're talking with the microphone. What? What need little?
it's not very clear.
Cannot do it.
Joe,
Yeah.
the PPT is little bit blurry.
Blurry, right?
Yes.
1 minute. Hold on. Just tell me if it's coming properly. Okay, hold on.
Better you go to the main
Yeah,
one.
I don't see
Go
it
to the main one.
happening.
Not the problem. Yeah. See.
Go to the PPT file. Is it blurry now?
Yeah, little bit.
Is it better
Is it
now?
better now?
No, worse.
Okay, just tell me now.
Yeah. More.
Worse.
Gone worse?
Gone worse? Going
A
bad?
bit less.
Just the focus.
Just the focus you're not taking care of.
A little bit less, yeah, Joe.
Less.
Yes.
Now?
Now?
No, it's still blurry. Joe.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen.
Is it okay
Is
now?
it okay now?
No, worse.
Yeah.
Stop. No, little bit.
Little bit less.
Bus.
Is it okay?
Is it okay?
Little bit more, little bit.
Now?
Now?
Little bit more. No.
Okay, wait.
The inverse.
Okay?
Okay?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Move inside this.
Open the
PPT file.
It's already open.
Click any, open any PPT file.
Yeah, Joe. It's so blurry.
पेंसिल में गिफ्ट है HDMI केबल खाली वो उधर के लिए भाई मिल गया नहीं मिल गया
चलेगा 5 मिनट में
मेरे को अंदर से आपका प्रोजेक्टर का वो चाहिए मेरे को बस
George? George? All the files here?
Joe, it has to be shrinked. See? The C is...
Oh, okay, we'll take care of that. We'll take care of that. Let's see, the slides are fine. Okay, that I will sync it up. No big deal. Final test. Give Marquisa 1 minute. Give both anyone to
Marquisa.
Marquisa. Just 1 minute. Final test, okay? Zoom is not here. Okay? Zoom is when? When is Zoom? Kalash. After then it's fine. Zoom is not in this. If it is, okay. Okay. Okay, give Marquisa. Marquisa.
Marquesa. Only for anthem.
Move.
خلاص.
I'll do that. I'll shrink it. I'll shrink it. I'll shrink it. I'll shrink it.
Joe, can you move these two windows? Can you move them down so we can see the logos on the top pane? Can you? Joe, move the two windows. The president is screaming little. Yeah, I think it's fine. Wait, I'll go. Wait. Can you change the volume? Can you make it a little bit more? The national anthem. Yes.
Checking.
Okay.
You will check.
Yes. आगे सिग्नल ठीक है
Please rise for the national anthem of Kuwait. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues and researchers in the world of the Internet of Things, good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you all today to the opening of the second Symposium on Smart, Sustainable and Secure Internet of Things, S4IoT 2025. This event continues our journey at the intersection of intelligent systems, environmental sustainability, and digital security, as we work together to shape a future that is smarter, safer, and more connected. We are proud to host this international gathering here at the Kuwait College of Science and Technology, an institution dedicated to advancing research, innovation, and meaningful partnerships that drive technological progress. To officially open our symposium, it is my pleasure to introduce a visionary leader and driving force behind KCST's growing role in the science and technology. Please join me in welcoming the Honorary Chair of S4IoT 2025 and the President of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, Professor Khalid Al-Baqa'in, to deliver his opening remarks and welcome address.
Good morning. Well, Mohammed, that was too much of an introduction for me. So I'm here standing in front of you to welcome you to this symposium this conference that we are very proud of for many, many reasons. Because it embodies everything what KCST is about. It's about smart technologies, it's about sustainable technologies, and of course, security in general. Cybersecurity has been the reason for our success, with us being the first university to introduce cybersecurity courses and training in Kuwait. Of course, I would like to give you a little bit of idea about KCST. KCST, as Kuwait College of Science and Technology, started as an idea around 20 years ago. And we got the, what's called here the Amiri Decree, so the license to start the university in 2008. But the founders, who were a group of prominent Kuwaiti individuals and international people, decided not to go ahead until they are ready and the building is ready. So they went with building the campus that you see. Our visitor, I hope you will have the chance to go around and see the facilities, which we are about to expand to double its size soon. So in 2016, it's ready. We started teaching with a small number of students. This number of students grow to full capacity in less than 4 years or 5 years, which shows that there is a huge demand to this kind of education, which is based on cutting-edge program. So we have only 3 programs in cutting-edge technology. We have hands-on approach to our teaching and focus on quality staff and faculty who will deliver world-leading experience to their students. And this manifested itself in us becoming one of the first universities to conduct conferences, scientific conferences of this kind. This year, last year, about this time or just before, few colleagues came that they wanted to do a small seminar about Internet of Things. And we decided to go ahead. The feedback that we received encouraged us to go ahead and go further in the quality. So this year we are blessed with sponsors and supporters, as like Kuwait Information Technology Association, like IEEE, as well as the proceedings that we managed to get to be published by Springer as a sign of our intention for a quality research conference. And we hope that this will be a start for a future series of conferences that will maintain high quality and will expand to bring experts not only from the region, although today we have speakers from the US as well as from UK, but from all around the world as well. The theme of the conference is significant because I remember in 2008 in the UK when I started a company about smart technology, smart homes. The world was different. In less than 15 years, around 15 years, this IoT has become so significant. It is part of our life, part of our work, part of everything. And it will be deciding a lot of what we do, especially when it is combined with new technologies like AI, with big data, data analytics, and all these. So I think we are in the right track with this conference, and it will be a conference that will be relevant for many, many years to come. I'm very proud of my team who organized the conference. As Mohammed said, Professor Travelsi said, I am just the honorary in the sense that I didn't do anything relevant except giving my name. But the team here have done an amazing job. So thank you for every one of you. I will not list. But many, many thanks to the keynote speakers who made the effort to come because they give the flavor to the conference, they give a value. And to everyone who traveled from anywhere to present a paper in this conference. Your contributions are the value of the conference. Your contributions are what we are looking for. So thank you all for doing that. And finally, the organizing team, they're amazing. You can see the touches of the whole team in KCST, from the smallest thing, the flowers, to the banners, to the organization, to the photography. Everything is done to perfection, as they always do. So thank you for that. I must say that. So I wish you a very pleasant stay in Kuwait, despite the sand. We agreed with the keynote speaker, sometimes even a sandstorm is an experience that's worth trying. If you are living in Glasgow or in New York, you won't have this experience there. So try to enjoy it. Don't take it as a bad thing. We go sometimes to exotic places to witness different weather. But I hope that you will come back to Kuwait in other conferences that we have where the weather will be better. So thank you very much and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khaled, for your insightful and inspiring welcome address. I kindly ask you to rejoin us on stage to present a token of appreciation to our valued partners who have supported the success of S4IoT 2025. First, we extend our gratitude to the Kuwait Information Technology Society, represented by Engineer Naif Jassim Al-Awadi, for their active partnership and contribution. Also, we want to recognize the IEEE Kuwait section, who will, the representative, Dr. Abdullah Al-Gallaf and Dr. Ali Al-Faili, will join us later during the session. So we thank them for their contribution to S4IoT 2025. So now, before we begin the official program of the conference, allow me to share with you a few highlights and statistics from this year's edition. So we received a total of 53 paper submissions, out of which 30 papers from more than 10 countries, including USA, UK, Egypt, Algeria, India, Pakistan, Qatar, Emirates, and Kuwait. So were accepted, resulting in an acceptance rate of 56%. All accepted, registered, and presented papers will be published open access in the Springer's prestigious lecture notes in electrical engineering book series, which is indexed in Scopus, Inspec, Simago, and more, ensuring strong global visibility and academic impact. In addition, S4IoT 2025 has offered a great platform for our graduating students to showcase their work. We are proud to announce that we have received 54 posters from ECE and CSE students here from KCST, along with 6 posters from KCST researchers, 2 from Kuwait University, 1 from Qasr, and bringing the total to an impressive 63 posters. And now we shift our focus to the technical program of the day, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce our first distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Fathi Al-Filali. Professor Filali is the Director of Technology and Applied Research at the Qatar Mobility Innovation Center, QMIC. He focuses on leveraging advanced technologies such as predictive and generative artificial intelligence, IoT, and geospatial data analytics to enable strategic data-driven product development. His contributions have supported advancement in areas like smart cities and connected mobility. Professor Filali earned his PhD and habilitation dirigée des études de recherche in French in computer science from the University of Nice, Sophia Antipolis in France. Committed to advancing his field, he has been recognized with more than 20 awards for his work. He has also mentored 10 PhD students and co-authored more than 150 research papers, in addition to holding over 10 patents. So without further delay, please join me in welcoming Professor Fathi Filali to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really impressed by the university and by the vision of the leadership. I flew from Doha, Qatar to Doha, Kuwait. I learned that the city is Doha. So it's first time for me in Kuwait, and I hope it will not be the last time. So thanks so much for organizers to invite me to take you in fast ride from really academic prototypes to real world impact products. So my promise is we'll not see any equations. So you'll see a lot of colors in the presentations. So, and hopefully, especially entrepreneurs, fresh students and so on, they will leave the session by having ideas and insights how to take really research to products, right, at the end of the user. And believe me, this is not an easy journey, right? It's very easy for all of us to write research papers and publish it, but when it comes to really to make an impact on the society, it's really extremely challenging, right? So QMIC stands for Qatar Mobility Innovation Center. It has a very simple vision, but a bold one. With the idea really is to take the research and technology and then build the products and make an impact on the society, right? QMIC owned legally by Qatar University, but is running a standalone entity, right? It was founded in 2009, and the mission is to create local solutions and to build capacity and retain capacity. It's extremely important in our region to have knowledge security. It's not only about food security, it's also about knowledge security. So we try to play a role in Qatar starting from 2009. So how we do this, we don't do only R&D, but we do also solution development and market delivery. So we take it the life cycle from the start to the end. So it's very unique. It's not like universities in the US, they have already established a system for spin-offs and so on. For us in this region, it's extremely difficult really to have spin-offs. So we need the same entity which can take really research to the market from prototypes really to real product and deployment. We'll see later on how we were able to embark these entities and many more to pay for our products. It's not the idea really is to create an impact economically. It's not really to give for free, but to have that ecosystem in building products and pilot them with end users and convince them to sign contracts with you. And this is a big journey. So in terms of structure, having the right structure is extremely important. Having the correct strategy is also is extremely important, and having as well the speed of execution, right? So when it comes to really to building product, the speed is extremely important when you have the right talents and scaling. So we're talking about 4 S's: structure, strategy, speed, and scale, right? And to do that, you cannot do this at the big university like Qatar University, right? You cannot have a research center there. You need really standalone entity. Yes, legally is owned by Qatar University, but has to run independently. To be able really to do the procurement in one day, to do the hiring in one day, and to sign contracts and so on. So we had that strategy and that structure really to develop the technology, and to have our team who can implement that technology in real products, and to have the business team who can sign contracts with the partners, and then we need a team to do the deployment, the field surveys, and everything. So we had that strategy in place from 2009 to be able to deliver in all these projects. And we have, as we speak, we are 45 people, including all these small departments, right? So our philosophy is extremely simple, right? Is from bytes to insights. It relates a lot to the conference. It's about IoT. It's about collecting the data from different sensors, having the platform in the middle to process that data, and having all the algorithms in terms of AI, machine learning, databases, and everything. And believe me, it's not an easy task. right? And then what is extremely important for the end user is to have the user-facing applications that users like me and you, operators, government entities, and so on can use, right? The last part is extremely important, and the last part what is really makes difference in our products. So under the hood, we leverage 4 main technologies to be able to build these products. IoT is the first one. Since we started using IoT almost from day one, right? And IoT is not only about small sensors only. Cameras is an IoT device. A vehicle is an IoT device when it is connected, right? AI and machine learning is another pillar. Location intelligence, as it's very relevant to our products, and embedded sensing. So all these brands, these are brands of products that we built from end to end at Qatar Mobility Innovation Center. Of course, I will not have time to go through all of them. I will pick only 2 or 3 and walk you through the journey of building these products, right, in 3 different areas. So the first one, which we started, is related to transportation, traffic analytics, and mobility. And we started this almost from day one, right? And you know that Qatar was awarded the host of FIFA World Cup in 2010, and that was the right time. And transportation is extremely important to organize any big event like the World Cup. And this was really a trigger for us to focus on the transportation because there was a gap in the country. And even Google Maps, they started only in 2013 showing traffic in their maps in Qatar, right? So transportation was extremely important, and we tried focusing on transportation. So in whatever we do in terms of bringing research to products, we go through 3 cycles. Proof of concept is in the lab, right? If you have labs, students here, senior design projects, they build the prototype with whatever devices they have electronics and show the concept, plus an application, of course, for the end user. And then we do the pilot, and then they do the market delivery, right? So it's end-to-end. So if you look at the journey of what you call the WAMD is pulse, right, in Arabic, is the heartbeat of the road network in real time almost, is taking us from 2010 to now, right? Every milestone, we have extra data source added to the system. We have extra stakeholders that are using the system, right? So it's a long journey, and we can see the users, the main users of the system, which are including the Road Work Authority, ministries, the Qatar Rail during the construction of the metro in Qatar, and the FIFA, the World Cup, and so on. So in terms of pipeline, how to bring bytes to insights, right, in this system. The system was built from 2010 and was collecting data not only from one single source, from different sources. If you have the main products, you cannot rely on one single source. You need to be able to tap into multiple sources and do your data fusion in the middle to be able to structure the data, unify it, clean it, and present it to the application, right? So this is the end-to-end picture, high-level picture of the system. I will try to go a bit into details later on, but what you can keep in mind is that this is end-to-end built by QMIC, hosted by QMIC, implemented by QMIC in Qatar, right? So we don't rely on any third-party components, including the GIS, including maps. We are not using Google Maps, as you know. In Kuwait, in Qatar, and Dubai, and so on, the road infrastructure is moving too fast. Every day we have new roads, new intersections, new tunnels, and so on. And Google Maps is outdated. And we had this experience this morning with the taxi. He was not believing us. We see the university is there, but he's following the directions of Google Maps, and he went to the other university of law, I think. So it's extremely important to rely on your own technology, right? And for this technology to work, we had to collect a lot of data, so structured data. So we're not talking about unstructured data. We're talking about data from sensors, structured data. We're talking only in 2023, 9 billions of records, right? And keep this in mind, keep this number in mind. So we see later on how we are leveraging this number, this amount of data to create insights. So these three data sources, the two first data sources, I will not go into details. These are location data, right? We are talking about fleet management devices. We are talking about crowdsourced mobile applications where we collect anonymously location data about speed, location, heading, and so on, because for us it's extremely important to monitor the average speed, the travel time, the user experience in the road network, right? The third one, which I will spend more time on this is another sensor that we created in QMIC. This sensor is deployed in QMIC and in Qatar, and we have around 400, is a route sensor, which can capture the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi signal coming from mobile phones, from cars, and leveraging that information. And we'll see later on how we can create insights from this information. We are talking here about the class of device, the medium access address, and so on. And all of this information is being fused and sent to the WOM platform to be processed in real time. We are talking about millions of records every day, and you are estimating the traffic information every minute. So with the responsive time of milliseconds. So it's extremely important to keep this in place, and we'll be happy to discuss details in terms of architecture, microservices, scalability, and so on, if those who are interested in learning about that. So to our students in the auditorium, so this device started using, small PCBs, right? We are talking about Arduino, right? Arduino PCBs, doing some proof of concept and seeing how we can capture Bluetooth signal. This started in 2010, right? And then it evolved to real products. And in terms of size, we had this size at the beginning, this new size, and now we have a very small size that can be used in indoor, outdoor, right? And it's an autonomous system. It has a solar panel, SIM card. It's very simple, the idea. But that information is extremely important for us. We are leveraging that information, and the Bluetooth penetration rate and Wi-Fi in Qatar and the region is very high, especially after COVID. And we had, during COVID, we had these applications. I forgot their name, proximity, whatever. We need to enable Bluetooth. So the Bluetooth penetration is extremely important in Qatar. Of course, the technology people, they know that the Bluetooth range is 10 meters, and that's why we are using a gain antenna to be able to capture all cars passing by in the range of 60 meters in both directions, in multi-lanes as well, right? So this is the density of the network that we have in Qatar. And just in a nutshell, the idea is the following. Is this, if you are passing by from one segment, one intersection to another intersection, we have our devices installed in both intersections, and both they will be able to get your MAC address, your serial number of your Bluetooth, right? Of course, we cannot match this with the phone number or the plate number, right? And send this information real time to our platform. And then you will get another sample there, right? And difference on travel time will give you the travel time of that person in that segment. It's completely simple, right? Of course, there are a lot of details under the hood, right? Where you apply a lot of algorithms for cleaning and so on to be able. So in 1 minute, you may have 500, 600, whatever vehicles passing by, right? So we'll be able to apply the logic to get the travel time or the congestion of that segment. And not only that, so because we have this road network, so we know people where they are moving from where they're coming, how long it took them, and so on. So a lot of insights and analytics, which is extremely important for authorities, for planning, for design, for studying before and after projects, execution, and so on. And as we speak, we have around 400 devices deployed in Qatar, And what made this really easy to let me go back. What made this easy to install is that autonomous device. We got the approval to use light poles. So we don't need really any digging, any holes, nothing, right? Either for power or communication. So it has SIM card, solar panel, and just stick the device and keep operating it. The operation is extremely challenging for 400 sensors powered by solar panel. So that's why we have our own tools to do that. So of course, data is really noise, right? Just a noise till really citizens, they see the benefits. If citizens are not seeing the benefits, data is a noise. It's not really useful for them, right? That's why we had to really come up with our super app, Wayne. Super app in Qatar, which is in the market from 2017. It's a super app which has a lot of micro apps. As I said, it's not using Google Maps. It's using our own map. You see our logo there, right? We had really to build that map, and this was not expected. We thought that the country has already a map, right? So we had really to develop our navigation engine, map, and everything related to that technology in terms of platforms, applications, and everything, right? So it is a custom app in Qatar, so it has a lot of features which are not present in Google Maps. Google Maps, they have the same application everywhere, right? But in Qatar, we have our own events. We customize it for events in Qatar, like the World Cup, elections, whatever, Eid, and Ramadan, and everything. We customize it and we follow what's going on in the country. So the users, they can access a lot of information, including PUIs, the national address, which is unique in Qatar, and rich personalized content. Of course, it has an integration with CarPlay, WhatsApp, and all other stuff. So this is another data source that we have in the country. Of course, the data is anonymized, and we have the consent of the user to use that data, right? Under the hood, we have a lot of applications and services related to that. And even I think in one day, we monitor the uses of the Wayne app in Qatar, and you see almost all the road networks. From all the road network, we are getting these probes from these applications, and we can see the trend in terms of amount of data we are receiving every day, up and down during off-peak and peak hours. This is go back. This is our own map that was we were able to white label this app for other events during with Qatar University, with Qatar Football Association, and so on, because we own the technology, we own the implementation, so it's easy for us to customize, right? As I said, if you have these data sources, you need to monitor them, right? You need to make sure that your infrastructure is running, is sending you the data real time. That's why that, if you remember that structure, our structure, the box on the right is the operations part, the field survey. So we had to build our systems to monitor. We call this 1 second dashboard. So a lot of dashboards to monitor the data coming to our platform in real time and count this data and create alerts in case there is any issue with one of the devices or one of the sources, right? Because this is the data feeds. If you don't have a data feed in real time, you cannot provide the service. So it's extremely important if you build the product to build the operation tools as well. So this is my message. It's not only just selling the product, you need the operation tools to be able to monitor your infrastructure and make sure that services are delivered. Of course, without going into details, the operators, they can access live traffic roadmap, and traffic dashboards reports, and this was very critical during the World Cup in Qatar. And was used by the FIFA and Supreme Committee of Legacy and Delivery and so on. So the World Cup was really a very good showcase for us. And what we did from 2015, we started monitoring what you call the number of hours that every one of us is wasting every year. And this is a global KPI. So if you look at the reports from Eric's, from Google, from TomTom and so on, you will see this one of the KPIs, which is extremely important, is number of hours that every one of us is spending in congestion, right? And we can easily translate this into money, right? And what is the percentage of GDP? What is the loss of productivity, right? And as you can see, from 2019, when almost all the road infrastructure is completed, and thanks to COVID as well, so we dropped it by almost 50 hours or more, right? Or 60 hours. And 60 hours for everyone is a lot of gain. We are talking about hundreds of millions of reals every year, right? In terms of gain, right? Of course, this is not only due to the infrastructure, it's also thanks to the metro, thanks to all the road infrastructure, including the corridor, our main corridor, which is named Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed, rahimahullah. Okay. Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed corridor is one of the main corridors we have in Qatar, and it solved a lot of issues that we had before, right? But at the end of the day, if you cannot monitor, you cannot manage. So we need to monitor to be able to show these results and see the impact. And this is extremely important for stakeholders, right? Road authorities that are building roads, they need to access this information to say to the government, they see the impact, see how much you are saving in terms of number of hours, in terms of budget allocated to the operation, and so on, right? So we started looking, when we started Masarik or WOMD, this platform, really, for 5 years almost, we are using rule-based, algorithms, right? In terms of traffic estimation, prediction, and so on. So most of it is rule-based, is deterministic, right? We are talking about Kalman filters and others, right? Which was really the foundation of our technology, right? Almost 6-7 years ago, we started looking into AI in general, right? And you know the difference between predictive AI and generative AI, right? Predictive AI is really, you need to train your system with supervised learning or non-supervised learning, and make sure you train it with your own data to get the trained model, and then use that trained model to forecast the traffic or whatever, right? Generative AI on the other side, you generate content which has not been seen before, but based on general knowledge, augmented by your own knowledge, right? And whatever AI you are using, you need to follow a pipeline of scoping the issues. Data is a must to have, right? Especially for predictive AI. Generative AI, if you are using RAGs and others, you need also your own data, right? Plus, or you are using fine-tuning. And then modeling part and deployment, right? This is, as a researchers, we can do it only once, right? We can do it, deploy, and then publish the paper, right? But if you are maintaining a solution which requires really making sure that your system is running and up and with the right metrics, you need that loop, right? You need that loop in the middle where you need to keep monitoring the model, making sure it's not drifting, your data is not drifting, hyperparameters are fine-tuned, and maybe at one point you decide to, instead of using YOLO, you use another version, right, of computer vision. Instead of using that, you use another technique, and so on. So at Qiomic, we have the tools and the team to do this process, right, to maintain the model and keep monitoring the model. Of course, we are talking about autonomous, automatic monitoring of the model to detect any data drift or model drift and retrain the model if needed, right? I will give you 2 examples only in our system. The first one is about predicting the traffic, right? We are using LSTM model. If you are familiar with this model, is very good for time series data, because the time series data, and is reaching almost 95% accuracy with LSTM. The other one, to estimate the counts using computer vision. So we have access to some cameras in the country, and from these cameras we get the ground truth counts, right? And from Bluetooth, because Bluetooth sensor is not detecting all these cars, we have the number of detected cars, right? So we have a ground truth, and we have the number of detected cars. So we need to extrapolate in all segments that we have to make sure that we can estimate the total number of actual number of cars passing by, right, using the few cameras that we have. And we apply new techniques to be able to estimate these counts as well. And counts of cars and vehicles is extremely important for people, right? Generative AI, we started introducing it in our system where the operator, instead of looking at the map and clicking right and left and going to the most congested segment, street or junction and so on, he can just use the assistant which is connected to our system, right? Using, from technical people, if you know agentic AI, function calling, NER, using these techniques to be able really to connect to our APIs. So again, it has the general knowledge, but has the ability to connect to our system and zoom automatically to the, depending on the question of the user, zoom to the most congested junction, pop up any window, and so on. So it's very, very useful and time-saving for the operators in the road operators Ashghar. So during the World Cup, where we had to generate a lot of dashboards, and this examples of these dashboards, which is shared by with the organizer team, operation team, to look at the road network as a whole, to look at the intersections only, or to look at the airport, only the airport. Okay, what's going in, coming from the airport, which is extremely important as a starting or ending point for the people. Okay. So we, in addition to a number of hours wasted, we measure what we call it congestion index. We measure what we call it the time that people waiting on that intersection, and operators, they can access this information real time to be able to decide to change the time phasing of the signals and so on. Of course, all of this as a system was part of the control system of the World Cup. So in the control system of the World Cup, this is a real picture basically, where you have the system running there and operators are monitoring the system. And our team was very busy in the World Cup to make sure that all these sensors devices are working during the World Cup, and we delivered amazing. I'm not sure who attending the World Cup in Qatar. Okay, so I have at least 1, 2, 3. So that was an amazing event, right? So from visual point of view, extremely important for the operators and high authority to have, instead of looking at the details, to see visually how people are moving to every match, right? So for every match, they can access the information and see from where people are coming and going to the opening match, to the closing match, and how long it took them, right? So in real time, in addition to this, they see real-time graph to see the time from the airport to the stadium, right? And why we are able to get this? Because we have this wave traffic sensor network. So we track somehow the movement of vehicles, cars, and so on. So we're able to get that information and deliver it in real time to the end user. Of course, we continue publishing papers, right? This is what you like, maybe. So you have a lot of papers that you can access to and get more insights, okay? So, but we use our data, so it's more, data analysis insights which are shared with the community rather than really developing new techniques or theoretical, right, aspects, right? So the second system that I want to go through is, what I covered is using structured data, right? Data from sensors, IoT sensors, 1 and 0. And the other main data source is computer vision, right? Is cameras. If you look at this room, maybe you have few cameras here, right? If you go to the street, you have hundreds of cameras. The problem, these cameras are usually, there is now no automation at all. So this infrastructure is already there, streaming the video, but no one is using it So maybe you have operators look at these cameras and see what's going on, but there is no automation, right? The other challenge is dependency. So you need to, if you buy from that vendor, you need to continue buying from that vendor, right? To be able to have the same system and so on. And there are many other issues. So we started this, maybe you can ask how you decide to start this business, right? These products. This was triggered by one of our users, the road operator, Ashghal. They asked us, they have thousands of cameras in intersections, and they are not making use of this data. They have experts, they know this number is that intersection and so on. Is by experience, 2 or 3 people, they know what's going on, okay? Just they pop up the stream and see what's going on, right? They wanted to automate the process and apply AI. And this is started in 2019. When we started building a system, instead of building a really custom system for them, we said, let's take this opportunity and build a generic system. We call it Falcon Eye. And transportation is one vertical, but we extended later to other verticals, right? In this room, you can automate maybe the process of in, out, as we are doing now in the museums in Qatar, in, out, what is the time people spending in facing every art and so on. So it's extremely important for a lot of stakeholders. So the idea was really to build agnostic platform where you can get the feed from existing CCTV cameras, from your own cameras, and these cameras can be deployed in the street, can be deployed in the buildings and so on, and build this system which is called Falcon Eye. And if we talk about system, it's not really about the device only. Yes, the device, we customize the device, we don't build the electronics, but we get the right GPU, the right sensors, the right power controllers and so on, and boxes everything together. And we deployed, and then we build the user-facing applications and system where the user can, for example, here, see the traffic queue in real time using their own cameras. Okay, so we are not installing new cameras, just leveraging the video stream coming from their own cameras to their infrastructure. Of course, this was deployed on-prem, so we have different deployment options, on-prem, cloud, and edge. And my message here is that if you build product from research, you need to be really very agile in terms of deployment options. Because some customers like Ministry of Interior or road operators, they ask for on-prem deployments. Others, they are fine with the cloud. Others, they don't want you to send the video, right? So you need to do all the processing on the edge side. So this is one of the systems which was used was used in the World Cup. We are talking about monitoring the queue length, you know, using existing infrastructure, getting the number of counts, and so on. I'll try to speed up a bit because I think we are running out of time. So as I said, we extended to retail, to safety, security, using the same platform. So that bold decision to not build really very custom application solution for our partners, we leveraged that by taking into account other verticals and making sure that our system can be used by other partners and clients as well. This is a real picture from the World Cup. The people, cars, they are coming to the car parking. We are talking about 500,000 of vehicles which were able to monitor during the World Cup. So all the parking lots around the stadiums where we have our system installed and counting the vehicles in and out and providing these real dashboards about the number of the occupancy of every parking and help the operators guide the funds to the right ones. The last system I will just spend 2 minutes on that, is what we call Raqib, right? So health, safety, environment, these are extremely important for many stakeholders, for oil and gas, constructions, military, and others. So giving our weather environment in the region is extremely important to monitor, the dust, to monitor the humidity, the temperature, and to make sure to automate that alert of, avoid manual operations and have data accuracy and so on. This was extremely important for us during the FIFA, the construction of the stadiums, because they are watching Qatar. They want to see the laborers how they are working. They want to see facts that the laborers are working in good conditions, and this was the trigger, really, to have this system in place and to monitor what's going on and to build, this edge device and deliver the applications at the end, right? So we are talking about a Raqib system. So Raqib is not about humidity only and decks and so on, but also about air quality, about gas sensing, and this is the system. Two of these systems are being used by oil and gas companies. So again, user-facing application is extremely important to see what's going on in the system. And we are talking about system which was already deployed, so to give you a real deployment of the system. So we have the same system with the solar panel, with the edge device. This was used in schools. Schools for nurses is extremely important to monitor what's going on outside, right? To decide either children they can go out or not, right? In the playground, out of the school or not. So we installed the system outside, but for them we gave a tablet, right? So nurse, they can see what's going on outside and they can decide to go or not. During the parks as well, so we have a system like this where the humidity index is being displayed and being pushed to the mobile app. Military, also for training, extremely important to monitor what's going on for health and safety. And oil and gas, this was our first deployment in oil and gas, where really they need to follow strict policy in terms of workers' safety. This was, in a nutshell, in 40 minutes, a summary of some of our applications and solutions. I will be more than happy to explore with you any technical details to the algorithm size, to solution deployment, development, and so on. So basically, research is really a promise, but deployment is really challenging and takes time and takes really patience in order to be able really to develop real solutions that can make an impact in our countries. Thank you so much, and sorry for being busy.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Fathi, for the insightful keynote presentation, which has set a profound tone for the conference ahead. So now we'll open the floor for a very quick Q&A session.
Thank you, Professor Fathi, for the presentation. This is Engineer Mustafa Al-Hariri from the Electronics and Communications Engineering Department at KCST. Actually, I'm very interested in the WAMD project, and I have two questions regarding it. The first one, after collecting the data, what is the next process of solving the issue with the data? For example, you mentioned that the navigation system will guide you to take better routes. What are the further solutions for this? If you have any solutions with the governments, maybe.
Yes, so if you look at so we collect the data in real time. We're talking about around 50 million of records every day. So we process every minute that data and store the information plus raw data in our database. Then we deliver services and applications. Some of the services are real-time services, right? Real-time routing, navigations, and so on. Others are more post-processing, right? So government entities, they are interested if they have projects in one of the main corridors, they want to see what was before, the travel time, the ETA, the user experience, the commuter experience, before and after. So we did this analysis for one of the customers. The other one is origin destination, a matrix, what you call it, to deliver them on Qatar Rail, for example, during the metro. They want to know people, they are moving from where to where. And we deliver this in 1 year, every month, so that they decide about the stations, the metro stations, where to place them, right? Yeah. The most crowded area, the highest demand, and so on. So these are examples, and we can discuss others later.
Just a quick question. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Really impressive work. So congratulations. A question regarding the first application you said, because you measure the devices with Bluetooth. We know a lot, the majority has. But probably it's a side result. Did you measure how many, what's the ratio of cars that you measured compared to the actual number of cars passing? So how many, what's the percentage of cars that have, or the people who have Bluetooth switched on? Because this is important because this affects the accuracy of what your predictions. Right?
You know, you can get these questions only from science, right? And this is really what we started with this at the beginning. So we did Al Corniche, you know, Al Corniche street in Qatar, and we said, let's see if you are going to have a good sample or not. And we are talking about 2010, 11, more precisely. Yeah, Bluetooth wasn't that high. But surprisingly, it looks like it was used for other purpose, for social connections, it looks like. So even at that time, it was really surprising high. We are talking about 12%, something like this. And it is enough for us to measure the traffic, right? If you have 12% penetration rate. So we thought, okay, let's use this technology. And we contacted 2 startups. One Udicast and another one, I think, company in US. They're starting this idea. And they told us, we can sell you the device, but we deploy it and the data will be sent to us. And we said, no way. So let's build our own technology, proof of concept, and test it. But that penetration rate, what's called penetration rate, it continued really increasing, especially after COVID, where people starting, using this proximity applications. They need to open a Bluetooth and so on. Plus, high-end cars, in Qatar, lifetime of the car is 7 years, comparing to 12 years in the rest of the world. So a lot of cars are equipped with the Bluetooth.
Yeah, because once you know this penetration rate, as you said, you can correlate.
You can extrapolate, yes.
Extrapolate,
yeah, we are not 100%. Yeah. We are maybe 25, 30% now. Around, yes. It's clear in the graph, I think. Yes.
Yeah, Said from French Embassy. I have, thank you first for this very nice presentation. I have a question. Do you have a control system implemented like ramp metering, lane allocation, speed reduction, guidance?
Yeah. So adaptive speed plus signal timing optimization plus whatever related to the control side is not by us. So QMake, we are delivering the data, and the road operator who's operating the the road infrastructure, they have access to their system. We call it the SCATs and SCOOT and so on, and they have access to the DMSs with the dynamic speed. They can really adjust that dynamically. Yes.
Okay, thank you again, Professor Fathi, for the enriching discussion. So please remain stage. Now I would like to call Professor Khaled Al-Baqain to join us on stage to give a token of appreciation to Professor Fathi Al-Filali for his contributions to S4IoT 2025. Maybe it's flipped. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Fathi. So, yes.
Good excuse to come next time.
Yes. Also, we would like to recognize the contribution of and continuous support of IEEE Kuwait section represented by Dr. Ali Al-Faili. So, Dr. Ali Al-Faili, please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Now it's time to refresh and network. So please join us in the coffee break in the library on the first floor. So before you leave, I highly encourage you to scan the QR code here and share with us your feedback. So we'll resume in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, put that picture, say, screen saver, man.
टाइम भी नहीं मिलेगा ना जब
4 बजे के बाद जो भी करने का 4 बजे के बाद करना कल सुबह कुछ नहीं करना है आई नीड टू फिक्स इट
कल कितना बजे चालू है सेम टाइम
दो जगह वो भी एक चीज उधर भी है और ये में भी है जॉर्ज सेकंड डे आई टोल्ड यू दैट टू प्लेसेस उधर ऑनलाइन मीटिंग गिव द इक्विपमेंट सेट इट अप वो तो 12 बजे है ठीक है वो तो चलेगा
उधर कुछ माइक चाहिए
ऑनलाइन सेशन माइक रख एक रख रखो यार
पूरा टेस्ट करके
प्रोजेक्टर टेस्ट किया
पूरा टेस्ट आउट ऑफ दिया पूरा टेस्ट करके what is going to
Adil battery is not connected power is not connected power for the laptop
yes please this time so such
anyway it's okay everything is going fine not to worry okay no hiccups are there no nothing is getting but we have to find out what happened it should not happen this time. I cannot afford to take the time meeting room lock it lock everything is got everything is there right meeting room yeah see the username right now meeting room at KCSC okay that's the password capital K small CSP at the rate look on the eye type 4 just type 4 just back sweat okay enter okay wait thank God I configured it here
Test. Check. Test. Check. 1, 2.
सर जी ये हमें ये कर रहा मैं आपके ये and speaker microphone it is going to
No, it's like you have to bring this one like this, please. No, take it.
test 1 2 test आपका आउटपुट नहीं आ रहा भाई माइक्रोफोन का साउंड तो आ रहा है माइक्रोफोन का ये नहीं आ रहा जूम 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 1 minute 1 minute camera is not to be seen हाँ हाँ इंजी no password there is no password there is no password just put down there is register as guest
This one make it.
yes no
Check.
open
Check. 1, 2. 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. Hello.
हाँ इसको वापस डालना है connected here पावर आ रहा है
किधर है आपका मीटिंग ऑन नहीं है
नहीं ऑन नहीं है लेकिन पहले टेस्ट तो करते हैं ना इधर खुला है व्यू नॉट द रिकॉर्डिंग schedule not schedule and it's already है इधर start today ठीक है where's this meeting
Check 1, 2. Hello. Mic test. Hello. Mic test.
where is the link it should be here right on calendar meeting room account I just not joined
but there was a network error and it got out.
Reconnect to his calendar. Authenticate it, asking you to authenticate it.
Mic test. Mic test. Hello. Mic test. Mic test. Mic test.
where is it
You could allow, no, still not fine. Reconnect to calendar.
what is this
Test. Test.
उधर टेबल पे होगा देखो उधर टेबल ठीक है उल्टा क्यों आ रहा है वही है ना यूएसबी हाँ सही था हाँ देखो अभी रिकनेक्ट करके देखो just remove and put it back in ना एक मिनट गया
ये गया ये आया
अभी remove this maybe power से नहीं आ रहा है उसको बैटरी पावर्ड है ना
बैटरी जाके लगा देंगे नो प्रॉब्लम वो भी
नहीं ये तो लैपटॉप से लगाएंगे
Check. Check. Test. Check. Test. Check. Test.
maybe you check करने को
Test.
George is reverb in that.
Test. 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 Test.
Anupur. Whom is assigned to? After now approval is come, now what?
Test. 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 Test.
So whom it is assigned to now?
Test. 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 Test.
What happened to it? Only this we have made
Test.
changes.
Test. Test.
From where?
Go back. Back. Back.
What? 20 minutes, no?
All mics are.
Okay, okay.
Hello.
Huh?
Test, test. One. Yes. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one here. Hello, hello. Everything okay? Okay. Good afternoon. Still morning. We keep them open or we turn them off?
Turn them off.
Turn them
But
off?
this one, just press the mute button. Just press the mute button.
Here?
Yes, press button. It's okay. This is on, I think.
Oh, this is new. Right?
You get anyone on Zoom already? Or
No, we just didn't put it on because the camera is not getting synced. कुछ आया? What about the microphone? I'll just start the meeting. पहले start करो live जाते हैं. Test 1 2 test it test. Okay. Yeah. Can someone connect to the meeting room?
Yeah, I'm connected.
Recording in progress.
Can you hear it? Test 1 2. Can you hear any? Test 1 2 test. Hello, hi doctor. Can you hear us?
Speaker is on.
What's mute?
Hi.
Sound is coming. Can you say something or some go out and say? Can you speak something?
Okay.
No. He unmute.
Adel, you look very nice.
Perfect, we can hear you now. Huh? Nee.
Very good.
No, because we're in the same room. It's coming. What the hell is this? Oh.
Can you switch to stable network? Bring the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we need to get the Wi-Fi or connect to some Wi-Fi over here. Do we have adapter? आपका Wi-Fi का क्या IP नाम है username है? क्या हाजी कौन सा स्क्रीन पे देख पासवर्ड क्या है इसका आपका कैपिटल बी एक मिनट कैपिटल बी URHAN 5253 5253 सही है ना
जी
3 नहीं आया ना 5253
यस वही वायरलेस विल बी ओके
यार मेरा इंटरनेट आपका 4G है ना
हाँ जी शूट्स कनेक्ट चलेगा okay no we are good to go with the Zoom
Test, test, test.
test
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your short break. I promise we will have a longer break at 12:30 during lunch. You'll have time to network with your colleagues and enjoy lunch with them. So the next item on the agenda for today's schedule is a panel discussion. The panel discussion will be on the topic of artificial Internet of Things. And we have a panel of experts from different areas, from the banking sector, from the academic sector, and you'll enjoy the time with them. So I'd like to invite the four panelists up on the stage. We have Dr. Haydar al-Muhri, we have Professor Wa al-Faraj, we have Mr. Musa Islami, and we have Dr. Adil Feri as well. Please welcome them on the stage. All right, before I introduce the guests, the panelists here, I think I need to talk a little bit about the topic, why we selected artificial Internet of Things. I promise I will introduce them. I will spend some time to talk about their bio as well. But today, I mean, when we talk about Internet of Things, we're not talking about the traditional Internet of Things. We're not even talking about smart Internet of Things. We're moving towards intelligent Internet of Things. So the difference between smart and intelligent is quite large, it's quite big. When we talk about traditional Internet of Things, we're talking about basically devices or sensors that collect data. And this data will then be used in order to take certain actions. When we move on to smart Internet of Things, we have devices that collect data, and then based on that data that they have collected, they take a particular action that is quite not intelligent, I would say. So the idea is based on the values, based on certain thresholds, you would take a particular action. Consider, for instance, we have a smart thermostat. I think we all have this at our home. What does a smart thermostat do? It basically senses the temperature in the room, and based on the value of that temperature, it would either turn it on or turn it off. Yes, it's connected to the internet. Yes, it provides you with real-time information. You can access the thermostat. You can take control of that thermostat, but it's not intelligent. When we talk about an intelligent device, on the other hand, an intelligent Internet of Things device, it collects the data, it analyzes the data, it applies different machine learning models on it, AI models in that case, and takes certain actions based on its inference. It would analyze the data, it would predict something that will happen in the future, and take a proactive action before it happens. So today we have, in terms, an example of when we talk about thermostats, intelligent thermostats, or you may call them learning thermostat. One well-known one is, for instance, the Google thermostat. We have the older version of the Google Nest thermostat was the smart, and now we have what we call the learning thermostat. What does it do? It learns the behavior of the user, of the occupant of the place, the user's schedule. Based on the preferences of the user, the schedule, it analyzes all this data. It can predict when does this user come back to home? When does this user leave the home? What is the preference of the user? Sometimes the user wants to turn up the temperature. Sometimes the user wants to turn out the temperature. So it learns the user's behavior and then predicts what will happen in the future and then applies certain actions in that case. This is what we call intelligent Internet of Things, or today what they call it is artificial intelligence of things. So they used to call it intelligent IoT, but now they have separated. IIoT is dedicated for industrial Internet of Things, whereas AIoT is dedicated for intelligent Internet of Things. When we talk about the banking sector, and we do have a lot of experts on the panel here coming from the banking sector, AIoT is in fact going to be a revolution to the banking sector. So we're talking about devices that banks and financial institutions that they use. Those devices will become intelligent. Just think of the ATM machines or the KNet debit and credit card machines. Those machines will be able, we will be able to integrate lightweight AI models into them, and they will be able to provide us with some predictive analysis in that case. For instance, anomaly detection, fraud. This all will happen on the spot. I apologize for the long introduction of the topic, but now I will introduce our panelists. We have Professor Wael Faraj. He is the head of data science and AI program from Abdullah Salam University. He holds a PhD from the University of Waterloo, that's in Ontario, Canada. His research, teaching, and industrial experience focus on machine learning, embedded systems, robotics, renewable energy, and control system. Next, we have Mr. Musa Lislami. He's a senior manager in advanced data analytics at Bobian Bank. He holds a master's degree in computer engineering with a focus on deep learning from Kuwait University. His research area targets the adoption of AI and data analytics in the financial sector. Next, I think we all know Dr. Adil Feri. He's an assistant professor from the College of Basic Education in Kuwait and the IEEE Region 8 Young Professionals Committee member. He holds a PhD from the University of Plymouth. His work bridges academic research and practical applications to advance responsible AI in education and public sectors. And last but not least, we have Dr. Haydar Al-Muhri. He is the head of data science and acting chief data and innovation officer at Gulf Bank. He leads key initiatives in data science, business analytics, and innovation. He holds a PhD degree from Wayne State University, from Michigan, US. His research interests focus on generative AI, big data analytics, deep learning, and business optimization. So we have quite big names here with a lot of knowledge right here. So please welcome them all on the stage. Thank you. All right, so I think we'll start off with something that is very, very general. I don't want to go deep right away, so I will give the floor to any of you to answer this question. So how do you think today IoT is in fact transforming our life? And again, I'm not talking about the traditional IoT devices or the smart IoT, but more of the new intelligent IoT. How is it transforming our lives? How are we getting to finish off our tasks more intelligently, more securely, and so on? I think we'll start off with Professor Wael Faraj, if you may go ahead and answer this question.
Thank you for inviting me to this panel session, and thanks Dr. Ismail for inviting me and KCST. Intelligent AI, IoT, it's taking role today and will be much, much more in the future. Instead of just start to discuss the thing into broad knowledge or something, I will take a concrete example, and will stick during my discussion. I'm doing research for autonomous driving for the last 10 years, so I will take this an example of AIoT that actually will dominate the transportation world in the next 10 years. Today, in some areas in United States, in China, in California, Arizona, and China, we have now the last supply chain industry are majorly changing using the intelligent transportation, like last mile delivery, especially the last mile delivery, using autonomous cars, autonomous drones that actually supply the final customer with the product that he already purchased. So there are some trials, successful trials, happened in the leading world now in China and the United States, and I think this will gradually invade our life, and we'll see drones come top on your rooftop, bringing back the order that you just ordered 1 hour ago or something like that. You have a car stops at your door that give you the meal that you ordered just 15 minutes ago, and so on, without seeing a single person or human being that helps you. In order to facilitate this last mile delivery, there are a lot of AIoT going on. Of course, these drones and autonomous vehicles or robotaxis are managed as Internet of Things. They are talking with each other. They are talking with a centralized control system and so on. And they are doing a lot of tasks, very complex tasks, in order to facilitate this function of this service. This is just an example. I will leave the floor to the other
yes, so
colleagues. Yeah.
You're totally right. Now, the definition of IoT is in fact changing as well. So when we talk about devices, connected devices, they are considered as well as IoT devices in that case. And especially, we have numerous numbers of devices that are growing year by year. We're talking about billions and billions of devices, especially with the 6G network. The backbone of the 6G network will be those connected devices. They will be collaborative, cooperative. They will be providing us with different sorts of capabilities. If we move on to the banking sector, if I may ask Mr. Musa, From a banking perspective, from a banking sector perspective or financial sector perspective, how is AIoT transforming today's consumer experience? We're talking about ATM machines. We're talking about point of purchase machines. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for having me here. Well, AIoT will take convenience if we're going to talk about things in a high level or a broad and general level. AIoT will take convenience to a new different or a new level, let's say. For example, today if you see ATMs, they've made life easy, they've made it convenient, you don't have to go inside the branch in order to withdraw cash. But today, if we're going to talk about ATMs, then ATMs will be capable of doing much more than that. We will be talking about pinless card withdrawal. Today we're talking about cardless or contactless. We will be talking about pinless card withdrawal, where your ATMs, just by standing on it, next to it, will recognize your face and will know that Musa has an account at Bobyan Bank, for example, and he's eligible to withdraw so and so and so. Even much more than that. It could be the case that you stand next to the ATM, not intending to withdraw from it, just standing next to it, and the pop-up or the screen changes and tells you, hey Musa, you have an offer, you have an account in Bobyan and we have an offer and we would like to upgrade you. But that sort of convenience, it has, it's the intelligence, the synergy between the connectivity between these devices and the intelligence AI brings to the table adds a new level to convenience.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. If I may also ask, just Dr. I'm sorry, Dr. Ali, just to skip you for a second, but if I may also ask Dr. Haidar Mohri, since you're from the banking sector as well, can you give us your perspective in terms of examples of intelligent IoT devices that are being used in the banking sector and the type of data that is in fact being collected from those devices?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me and for organizing this amazing event. As Mr. Musa mentioned, there are plenty of opportunities when it comes to banking because, first of all, we have, for each bank, there is a network of ATMs. And having them connected through an IoT, integrated with a smart, let's say, decision-making system or brain, powered by, let's say, AI, and nowadays having this generative AI, which has been a game changer for the past couple of years, and it has, let's say, had a huge impact and revolutionized the traditional way that we were doing AI and machine learning. So the opportunities are endless. For example, if we look at this network of ATMs, you can leverage a lot of, let's say, going back to your question, there can be different ways of collecting data or different, let's say, data of nature. We can have, because as you know, each ATM has a camera. When you go and, when you want to withdraw the money or you want to do a transaction on ATM, there is a camera watching you. So, because the end result is that if something happens, for example, we always have cases where the ATM, for example, the customer claims that the amount that ATM gave to the customer was, he asked for 50 KD, for example, the ATM gave him 40. But these cameras can, are there for each and every transaction. So imagine all these, let's say, video streaming is being processed, and you can, and by analyzing this data, you can get a very good understanding on, the nature of the customers that are visiting, the traffic for each ATM, and again, for the fraud prevention, even for scam cases, all that these can be used. On the other side, we can collect the device data, device itself, for predictive maintenance. Again, nowadays this concept of predictive maintenance has been there for the past maybe 20 years, especially in industries, in planets, and all that. And the same thing applies for ATM. Now, again, with having more advanced, let's say algorithms for and more rich data that we can collect. Of course, we can have prediction on downtime of the ATM machine. We can have prediction on how much money we should load into the ATM machine, and so on. On the other side, for the fraud prediction, for example, the devices, the payment devices. Again, we have a network of all these devices. When you go to a shop, when you swipe your card, a lot of things happen after that. So when these devices are connected to each other and to a centralized, let's say, processing unit, we can collect the data and again use it for fraud detection, use it for behavioral analysis, and so on. So there are a lot of use cases. But I would say in banking sector, we are still at the beginning of this, let's say, stage.
Great. I mean, touching on what you just said here in terms of the amount of data that we're collecting from people, we're collecting from consumers, customers, us all together. Dr. Adi, do you worry that this is more of a privacy issue, this is more of a security issue? What happens with this data? How do we secure this data? Can we trust those devices? I mean, today, all the devices that we're using are basically collecting sensitive information, not just regular information. So can we trust the next generation of IoT devices?
First of all, thank you to have me in this panel, and this is my honor to be with you here. So like we can see like so many sensors is like around us, from the smartwatch is collecting our biometric data, like that there is a bio data, and we have like cameras around us, it's like all collecting data. So like I just want to add on about the intelligent IoTs. Like when we talk about IoTs, like about the example you said about intelligent thermostat, but now we don't just take about single sensors. Like there's a collaborating sensors. We can see it in nowadays the smart homes. The smart homes, it has a camera, it has motion sensors, it has thermostat, like degree sensors, smoke sensors, all these sensors. And it's not just sensoring, they have actuators also. We have like closing the curtains, changing the, and one of hot topic, maybe we all discuss it here in Kuwait, the power shortage. There is loads of power, so consume it in an economic way, switch it off, turning off. So now with learning all these things, we can reach the decision like we should do in this part of time. We close the curtain, so we reducing the temperature inside the home. So it's like we saving power. But to take this decision, I'm taking a lot of data about my home. Who will store this data? Where this data will be stored? This is the questions, like who will govern this data? All this data being collected, how I can treat it in terms of cybersecurity. Is there some security breach? Maybe you heard last week in the news that lots of cameras on a free servers, there is a security breach that they can see your home. How we can deal with this data, where to store it, how to protect it. Unfortunately, in Kuwait, we don't have a data privacy regulation, a clear one, where we can see in Europe, RGDB is like very strict, and they putting like, when you're opening any website in Europe, you will see there is agreement. Do you agree to share your data? Do you agree? And all these devices. In US, they are kindly relaxed, but they're having some rules.
So I think in this region we should working more developing these rules, and we know generative AI is hunger of data to take better prediction, to take better decision. He need more data. Okay, how he deal with this data? How this data will be autonomous? How this data we can hide? All this, like even like when we talking about IoTs and medicine, and they call it MIoT, medical IoTs. It's connecting sensitive data about my body, where this data will be treated and how it will be classified and what is be labeling. Is there will be like one day after 10 years, a man will maybe hijack me and say you was that sick in that time and you're going to the.
You're too big to be hijacked. I don't think someone can hijack you. But they will hijack your data, actually. Maybe your digital twin. This is another topic of area where we're creating digital twins of objects. Us objects, whether they are physical or even virtual in that case, we're creating a digital twin for them. That means we're replicating this information. And maybe they will hijack. It's happening now. Yeah, it's happening now that we're sharing a lot of photos in social media. And we can see now we can replicate you with a video and send it to your kids or. All right, thank you. Thank you,
Sorry,
Dr.
I just want to add to
yes, go ahead, Dr.
what Dr. Ali mentioned. But I think this problem of privacy, data security, data collection, data storage, how it's being collected, how it's being stored, it's not only for IoT, because right now our smartphones, these applications, as you mentioned, this Gen AI, every chat that we have with ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever, it's being collected, and at some point it will be analyzed. So how can we protect ourselves? I think it's a big question. When it comes to, for example, banking sector, and sensitive industries. One of them is banking, like you mentioned, healthcare. It's very important, and having the clear regulation on how the organization, such as the bank, can use the data. I think it's very important that the regulator should have a very clear control, and there are practices to standard practices on how to, let's say, protect this data. But at the end of the day, nothing is secure. So nothing is, let's say, 100% secure.
Mr. Musa, what's your perspective in terms of the privacy of our data, in terms of how do we secure our data? Again, from a banking perspective, or yes, go ahead, please.
Well, I agree with what Dr. Ali said and what Dr. Haider said. But there are three pillars to the values that governs AI. Now, it's not only security. Of course, we have security, one of them, then the intent of the data to be collected. Some applications collect data for a certain intent, for example, to improve a certain service. But how do you guarantee that this data will not be subsidized and sold to other parties? And then the issue of fairness, for example, how do we guarantee that the data is being used in a fair way? But there are several concerns, not only one of them, but there are three pillars, I believe. Maybe we can learn from the banking or let's say the payment industry, not necessarily banking, but the payment industry. And I'm sure that everyone here from the audience have seen the ongoing awareness campaign that the central bank is doing to make sure that you don't fall victim for example, fraud or so on. So there is an aspect that falls on regulators in general, whether it's local regulators or international bodies that needs to set standards for of this. On top of that, the manufacturers also need to lead the way by setting their own set of, let's say, code of conduct to make sure that they're using the data that they are collecting in an ethical manner that does not violate the agreement with the user. At the end of the day, if that code of conduct does not take its root at the developer side or at the manufacturer side, then it would be very difficult to audit that. And the third pillar is, of course, and that's why I mentioned the campaign that the CBK is doing, is the user itself. We need to be aware that there are some threats, that there are some concerns, and we should not take this technology for granted, even though that the intent of that device creation is well and pure, but there are some misuses that needs to be careful of.
Great. Thank you so much for the valuable information. Professor Wael, I mean, since we're talking about data collection as the devices are becoming more intelligent, we should ask ourselves, I mean, can we process this data locally on the IoT device? Should we offload this data to the edge? Should it go to the cloud? So we have that architecture in between in terms of both data collection as well as data processing. What makes more sense? What are some of the scenarios in which it makes more sense in order to process the data that we have collected on the device itself versus offloading it to the edge or even to the cloud in that case?
Thanks, Doctor. I will come back to the example that I started with autonomous driving or autonomous cars. These devices collect a sheer amount of data. For example, one autonomous car has at least one LiDAR. In high end can go to 5 LiDARs, which is the laser scanners, and have from 3 to 10 cameras installed in each car. And beside the radars, which will be 4, and other sensors. So the sheer amount of data, the one LiDAR collects 10 gigabytes per minute of data. Just in 1 minute, in one LiDAR can collect. Now multiply that with the amount of cars will be running in the streets, and see how the sheer amount of data that will be collected. The problem here, I will talk about 2 points. 1 point, how we will process this data, and the second point about the privacy, and the same point that we talked about privacy. In all the examples that my respected colleague have mentioned, at least there is an owner for this data. For example, in the bank are responsible for all the cameras installed, for all the data entered by the customer. He is the owner. He will be liable for this data. The same also if you have a store, you put cameras in the store, you are also liable for all the data collected by cameras and so on. If you have cameras in the street, the Ministry of Interior, the police, is responsible. He's the owner. However, in case of the autonomous cars or whatever, who is actually owner of this data? This is a dilemma that's still not yet solved, still under discussion, and many opinions coming, but the customer is not responsible. The data is collected to make the thing function, okay? I'm not using it directly. It's inherent to functionality. And this amount of data, who is the owner? So how we write a privacy code of ethics on this? Okay, it's still a dilemma, not solved. This why there are many open issues on this point. The other point is how we process this data, as the doctor. So we have 2 kinds of processing, on edge and on cloud. On edge, which means it's local processing with computer units on the car, and on cloud. Because autonomous cars and autonomous driving or whatever drones are safety critical application, we cannot afford to lose any quality of service, any interruption of service. It's impossible. It's very critical point. So we, till now, of course, the main functionalities of this data collected will be processed on board, which is something related to perception, object detection, object tracking, traffic detection, pedestrian detection and tracking. All this data will be processed on board, and this is one of the issues also that make.
Is this what's happening right now, like in smart driving vehicles?
Yeah, of course. This is what's happening right now. And this makes the computer on board for any fully autonomous car can reach up to $30,000.
So for example, Tesla cars right now. For
Tesla
cars
is not reaching, it's doing this processing on board and for this critical function. What Tesla actually is for the cloud, they are collecting the data, sent it to the cloud for later. What function actually is done on the cloud? The retraining of the models offline, okay? The retraining of the model offline, updating software over the air, some other function that if getting interrupted will not like inhibit the function of the device itself. So it can be improved online, and then after getting trained, they can download it over the air and so on. But the main functionality, the critical functionality, which is related to safety, which is giving command to the steering and the pedal for the gas and brake, and all these are all done on board, and this way will make the functionality more expensive. But problem now is that Tesla is not yet reaching the full autonomous. Full autonomous means that you don't have a gas pedal or you don't have a steering wheel, this level 5, which is you depend totally on the car for doing the function. And nobody reached this level. Maybe only Google Waymo reached level 4, but level 5 is not reached yet. And once we reach this, the cost is still high, and the other issue I talked before is still high.
Yes, also in terms of model training, so we're actually moving towards distributed training right now, model training. Rather than training the model offline on the cloud, we can do it more distributed in a matter on the edge as well. Yes, there are drawbacks, advantages, disadvantages of both those techniques. There are scenarios, if you're considering, for instance, real-time decision making, then you must do the training on the edge. Yes.
There are search doing training. It's a big issue
big
for
topic,
training, big topic for training model on the edge. Yes, but usually this, for example, in your case, in thermostat example, this, yes, will be trained online on the edge. We don't need to connect to the server and doing all this. This is usually a regression model, simple, but for much more complex, safety critical. And I put this quotes, safety critical applications. This has different standards that other, maybe we can differentiate between the safety critical application and other application in terms of this kind of processing.
All right, I'm going to move off to a different question right now to Dr. Ali. You're a member of IEEE and a committee member of the Region 8 as well. What working groups are there, or even IEEE societies that students or even practitioners in the field of IoT can join in order to gain more knowledge and more information in that aspect? I know there are so many different societies. I'm aware of the IEEE Communication Society, there's the IEEE Computer Society, but specifically if we're talking about IoT in that case, what kind of societies are out there for IEEE?
It's like, I think in IoT there is like some mutual societies, like it has overlapping. We can say computer societies like serving some part of it, and they have a security. And we have a computational intelligence, where it's like focusing on machine learning, AI, and how we can develop this algorithm for the IoTs. And we have in communication part, ComSoc as communication society also, because IoTs has different angle we're going through. And overall, like we have the standards association, IEEE standard association. I'm part now with the work group to do a standard for autonomous 6G network, how we can, what's acceptable, how we can regulating the autonomous systems on 6G, because 6G, what's promising us is like we're providing not higher speed. We are not talking about high speed, but we're talking about how we're connecting devices, how we can make an ecosystem for all devices being connecting, taking decision, and part of it's like, should be on board, like the decision making, or will be off a cloud, and how we can securing this channel, like, because if you're taking some parameters from the sensors and you send it to the cloud. You should be assuring all this data being transferred securely. There is no playing with this data, because if there is some playing with this data, you'll reach a wrong decision, because based on what you receive, you will decide. And now we are having many devices like, especially like going more deeper and deeper, and maybe it will be like, as you, Dr. Weil said about autonomous driving car, and if we're going to medical devices, now we will see insulin pump. It will taking some measure about your blood sugar, that it will increase the, so it will modify the dosage based on this, and it will take off some data. It will send it to the cloud and see there is some machine learning to see like if we increase this data, and now maybe this is all ongoing research about how we can optimize the dosage and how we can knowing what is like the correct medicine we should take for this kind of disease. And they say now AI is like playing a major role, like because we have a massive data, massive sensors, all this, how we can benefit and see what's the interaction between the medicine with the disease, and how we can we see how impacting the life of.
Yes, so we are running out of time. I'm going to just take a quick response from both Dr. Haidar Al-Mohri and Mr. Musa Islami. Where are we heading in the banking sector? So what's the next generation of devices that will be out there we haven't seen yet? Do you guys have an idea in that regards? I mean, today we see those different types of ATM machines. Do you have an insight towards where we're heading?
Okay, so ATM machines is one, let's say, area that's a lot of work is being done to take them to the next level of intelligence, let's say, and bringing more or acquiring more insights from the data that's being generated by the ATM machines.
Will they be replacing the actual physical people and branches and bank branches one day?
Yeah, so this is the second one. Now robotics is being a very hot topic. So of course, having using or leveraging especially the generative AI for operation, for different areas, for compliance, for risk, for fraud detection, for even contracts, procurement. These are all areas that can be impacted by Gen AI, and we are already there. So there are a lot of solutions out there, being either in-house or from.
So I think we'll be moving on towards more of customer-tailored services.
Yeah, that's of course a byproduct of that. But again, the robotics is a lot of studies are being done in that area, how to let's say maximize the use or the utilizing robotics in, let's say, branches, even in headquarters and so on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Musa, you have an insight on that as well?
Yes, I'd like to add to what Dr. Haidar said and continue on top of the tailored services. So I guess what we will be seeing in the near future, that will not be far off, and maybe we're seeing some of it here and there, but I believe the human factor will still be there. We are social beings and we like to interact with humans.
Today we're interacting a lot with Gen AI, with LLMs and models and so on.
Of course, Gen AI will find its place and help the rest of to increase the capabilities of humans. But anyway, so the tailored services, for example, one of the examples maybe that I'd like to add is when you walk into the branch, you would instantly see that meter greeter who sits in front of in the first desk on the branch will come and greet you by name, for example. And that's happening because the camera have detected that Musa have entered the branch and Musa has done so and so. That meter greeter will be instantly updated and greet me. How are you, Mr. Musa? How, for example, is the issue with your card? Did you fix it or not? So on.
So I think we all agree that, in fact, intelligent devices are, in fact, collecting so much data from us, and we should worry, I guess. Is that what we can say, conclude with?
They know too much about us.
They know too much at the end of the day. We are running out of time. I'm really sorry, Mr. Musa, to cut you off, but we are running out of time. We have to move on to the next session, which will be, I think, the technical session next. We have 5 presentations. I thank you so much, Professor Wa'il, Mr. Musa, Dr. Ali, and Dr. Haider as well. We hope to have you back again for upcoming events as well. For now, I think we will, if you may please stay on the stage, we will be calling the President, Professor Khalid Al-Baqa'in, to present you with plaques for, as a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, guys.
So also we would like to thank Dr. Ismail Radawi for having built and moderated this, this panel. So thank you, our esteemed panelists, for the insightful discussion. So now we'll move to the first technical session of our conference, featuring 5 compelling presentations from a diverse array of voices. So the first presentation will be entitled "The Hybrid Quantum Framework for Ultra-Secure Communication and Anomaly Detection in IoT System," which will be presented by Professor Murugapan from Kuwait College of Science and Technology.
So, very good morning to everyone. And today I'm going to present one of our collaborative work on hybrid quantum framework for ultra-secure communication and anomaly detection in IoT system. And I would like to thank my India, SRM Institute of Technology. The outline of my presentation starts with the abstract and introduction to the proposed quantum computing framework, literature survey, objective of the proposed work, methodology design, architecture diagram, results and discussion, conclusion, and some references. So basically, IoT is concerned, it is seriously facing a lot of different types of threats. It has become very complex. As far as the IoT is concerned, as long as it's growing, the threats and also the challenges also growing in a same way. In this proposed work, we are trying to propose a quantum hybrid network based on quantum support vector machine and quantum neural network to detect the low frequency and high frequency threat, large scale threats, such as denial of service and remote to route to the local. And we used soft computing, soft voting scheme in ensemble method to identify or classify the types of threat. We achieved almost 96% accuracy, and also we benchmark with the conventional machine learning and quantum learning models. As far as the introduction is concerned, as we all aware of that, if there is any abnormal behavior or threats which usually happen, it has to be detected in real time. And it has become more important when you are talking about the application related to healthcare, manufacturing, and transportation. So especially in real healthcare is concerned, the threat has to be detected as soon as it occurs, or sometimes we have to even predict also. So in this case, security is one of the vital important parameter. We have to make sure the system is highly secure by means of effectively detecting the threats. Conventional machine learning models are mostly used, and also people started using the deep learning model for detecting the anomaly. And two of the major concerns are most of the systems are not able to cope up with the real-time threats, and also it is prone to the overfitting. And in addition to that, it also demand for a high computational resources because of the threat is concerned, IoT is concerned, huge amount of data has to be processed by the algorithm, so it demands for a high computational cost. So we are trying to propose a simple model by using a quantum support vector machine and quantum neural network on this present work. And this is a simple review of previous work. And most of the people have worked on a different kind of threat, because IoT threats are varieties of types. It may be a network threat, or it may be an application threat, or a cloud threat, and so many things. So people have used a different kind of data set for classifying the threats by using a different methodology. But as far as our preliminary work is concerned, we are focusing on the models which have been mostly used, such as QSVM, quantum SVM, and quantum neural network, that has been mostly used to detect the network threats. And the objective is to develop a hybrid system to detect the low frequency and large threats. For that purpose, we have utilized the QSVM, quantum SVM, for the nonlinear and low frequency threats, such as user to root, U2R, and probe attacks. And for the case of large scale threat, we have used a quantum neural network to detect the denial of service and remote to local threats. And finally, we have implemented a soft voting scheme to predict the outcome of QSVM and QNN to classify the types of threats. And finally, we evaluated the performance by using the UNSW, which is the University of South Wales data set, which is one of the largest data set, which has been mostly combined with, which is having a different kind of data, huge amount of data is there. I will explain you in the future slides. So the proposed methodology starts with collecting the data from the data set. It has the 5.9 million data set that consists of 9 different types of threats, which is basically on the PCAP file, and that has been already converted into it. In the data set itself, they have it in the CSV format. And they also separated the data set in terms of training, testing, and validation data set. So, and once we collected the data, we used some data pre-processing technique, which is basically a cleaning process where we do some kind of normalization to normalize the data between the range of 0 to 1. And also we calculated the mutual information to understand because in the data set itself, they have ground truth and they have the real-time data. So in this case, we also calculated the mutual information in the data pre-processing stage. The next one is the quantum encoding. Here, whatever the data we normalized, we have to encode into quantum bits by using a ZZ future map. That is one of the method that is used to convert the data into quantum bits. And after that, we started implementing a parallel processing Okay, in the case of quantum SVM is concerned, as you can see on the left side, it starts with the future mapping. First, we map the future, whatever we derive from ZZ future map to quantum bits, and then we calculate the kernel for the SVM. So we don't use any inbuilt kernel. The kernel has been calculated based on the quantum bits by using the mathematical model, which is mentioned in our paper. After that, we started optimize the parameter by running up the data with continuously. And finally, we will predict the outcome. In the same way, we have it on the right side. You can see the process flow, which has been involved in quantum neural network. So here, one of the important things is about the variational circuit training. That is one of the very, very important part for the quantum neural network. Because in neural network is concerned, the weights of the neural network is keep updating, and the weights are purely decided by the data, the futures, And then we will finally predict the type of threats using the QNN. Finally, we have combined the probability of outcome of these two models, and then we will finally detect the types of attack. Is it normal or is it an anomaly? Okay. As far as the result is concerned, we have used the data set from the University of South Wales, and we used the 49, because the data set has 49 important features, and most importantly, flow and the time of the thread and the content, what type of behavior, everything has been mentioned in the data set file. And we used the 5-fold cross-validation to validate the proposed model. And we used the Python software with the QSKIT is the simulator for quantum model development. And as far as the number of qubits is concerned, we have started varying the qubits from number 2 until number 6. And we have got at qubit of 4, we have got a better performance. So that has been selected. And the depth of the network is concerned, we have selected as a default parameter of 2 with the 30 gate operations. That is the optimal one we have got. From that, when you are looking at the confusion matrix, we could see that the proposed model is able to effectively detect the normal as well as the anomaly effectively with the low value of false prediction rate. So here we are mainly, the result which shown here is about the U2R and R2L threat. Okay. And as far as the correlation matrix is also concerned, we have got a very impressive performance. And we benchmarked the proposed hybrid model with the conventional model, which is classical SVM, ANN, and QSVM and QNN. As we can see from the accuracy, the proposed hybrid model is able to achieve 96% accuracy with precision of 95.4. So this is quite impressive compared to the conventional model. And we have compared the model with the conventional model which is reported in the literature. At the same time, we also got a very good rate in terms of the accuracy of 96 with the F1 score of 95.1. And as far as the conclusion is concerned, we have, it is one of our preliminary work. We just started entering into this IoT work since we are mainly on biomedical engineering. And we start exploring the IoT. And by the way, we started working on the existing open source data set to detect the anomaly. And the proposed model has given the promising performance compared to the other standalone models. However, there are a lot of challenges still involved. So we need to also check or develop a model for a real time, because it is an offline model. Whatever the result we have shown is offline analysis. We need to also validate our model with the real time. And we need to also optimize the computational power of our proposed model. And since the number of threads considered in this work is very few, so it has to be increased in the future. And we want to develop network which is of quantum resilient and edge integrated IoT security solutions. So application point of view, we need to work on a lot. Yeah. So with that, references are given here. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Morgopan, for the nice presentation and very interesting topic. So now, as we are trying to catch up, so maybe we can allow 1 to 2 quick questions from the audience. Any question?
I'm just interested about the training timing between the comparison between the classical model and using quantum computing. You did not show any comparison in terms. You show a comparison in terms of accuracy and some indicator, but about the training timing and stuff like this, and why and the justification why the accuracy has been increased. What's your justification? Because you're adding QNN, or what do you think on this?
Professor, thanks for your valuable comment. Actually, the timing is concerned, it is a very time-consuming process in terms of our work is concerned. Yeah. So obviously, we didn't exactly mention about or measure the timing calculation, but it is extensive, very extensive. In terms of accuracy is concerned, here we have proposed a separate model for low frequency and large thread. So in previous model, they are trying to use all the data into a single model. So maybe because of this hybridization process, it might be helpful to improve the accuracy. That is the one thing. Second thing, because of using qubits, we are using varieties of different values of qubit. That could be one of the reasons for getting a higher accuracy. However, the number of threads we consider is very limited. That is the basic reason. Maybe if you go for multiple threads, maybe the accuracy may go down. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Okay, so great. Thank you again, Professor Morgopan.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now it's time to move to the next presentation in this session, which is entitled IntelliGuard IoT-enabled autonomous spybot intelligence for real-time surveillance in next-generation security applications, which will be presented by Mr. Dhruv Dayal and Patam Agarwal. So our guests from India, the floor is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone, salam to all. I, Pratham Agarwal, along with my teammate
Dhruv Dayal.
We are student researchers from IITM India, along with our faculty, Dr. Manzoor Ansari, and we stand in front of you all to speak on our topic, that is the IntelliScout Cyber Rover version 2. Now, last year we built the Cyber Rover version 1, which was basically an autonomous vehicle whose basic application was to be used in self-driving cars, and the main focus was to make it able to, so that we can like work on the problem which is the accident prone in the self-driving cars. Now this year we take pride in building a Cyber Rover version 2, that is the IntelliGuard, and it is basically a spy bot which basically works remotely without the help of any internet, Bluetooth or Wi-Fi connectivity. It solely works on the electromagnetic fields which through which we can control this rover solely from our smartphones, from our laptops or our tabs. Now my teammate will explain you that how the rover functions.
So first of all, we developed the IntelliGuard version 2 for basically for a spy bot. Like the name describes itself as a spying bot in order to spying on like enemies in military operations, like in bore wells, in many of the different type of the problem scenario, as you can see over there, we wanted to revolutionize the world. We wanted to create something about new. We wanted to empower the world that the problems which are actually able to facing right now, like most of the laborers who are working on a lower wages, they monitor, they use work under the cheaper wages, like pipeline monitoring system. They face difficulty because the narrow spaces causes a human death risk, like bore wells, coal mines. So it has to be, they are nothing but a non-human intervention area. But instead of it, if we can use a spy bot as a robotic, basically a robotic IntelliGuard version 2, it has to be able to detect the obstacle on a real-time basis. Also, it has to be able to monitor and gather the data within the 44 meters of range without any kind of EMF or the Wi-Fi signal. So it's a kind of the huge innovative technology which we have to be going to be developed. Now, as we can go along with it, the system architectural, we developed the GUI interface such that it also work on the different space agencies, different like DRDO and other kind of the country in order to develop such kind of the prototypes. This prototype is not only that, we also developed the architecture with the help of the Node MCU or with the embedded of the integrated sensors. Like in the first phase, as you can see over there, this is the architectural diagram. The Node MCU, as you can integrate it with the motor driver, the whole of the power management system is handled and managed and controlled by the 12-volt motor driver, L293 motor driver. This is the ESP32 cam. This is basically the for surveillance of the maximum of 180 degree of range connected with the servo motor at the 4 forward. And this is a system architecture, as you can see over there. This is a manual prototype diagrammatic view, and this is a automatic view. We right now working on a manual point of view because we have to need to require the funding arrangement in order to develop the automatic view. Like we developed the 2 cases of the IntelliGuard version 2, as you can see over there. So this is how the workflow operation, the 2 cases, the front frontal part is actually to be able to monitor the data or monitor a surrounding of the environment, what actually the scenario, like pipeline monitoring and like what kind of the obstacle over there. It will going to be monitored 4 meters of range without EMF or Wi-Fi signal. It also going to be go beyond 1 kilometer if we need to require Wi-Fi connectivity. Now this is how the operational data workflow will going to be work. Like it will going to be process the data, then monitor. We can actually be able to monitor with the help of the tablet or with the help of your phone. We connect with the help of the private IP, so they're totally encrypted data. There's no any kind of the unmanned attacks, like in terms of the backdoor attacks. It will going to be totally encrypted and totally secure with the help of a private IP. As you can see over there, we can also going to be detect the obstacle detection, object detection with the proper distance, and we can also get the GUI according with the angle or according with the distance, that how far is it. Now this is the components which we're going to be used. The management part will going to be handled by my teammate Pratham Agarwal. It will going to be explained by it.
Thank you. Now let's have a look at some of the components which we used in making of our rover. Here is the whole list. Now I will explain you that now first of all we used 4 wheels which eventually help the rover to move forward. We use the servo motor which helps the ultrasonic sensor to rotate at a 180 angle, and further on we use Node MCU which is basically the ESP8266, and it sends real-time signals. It helps in the data architecture framework, and after that we use 3 lithium-ion batteries of 6000 mAh each, and after that we also use the ESP32 camera which shows you the live surveillance feed on your smartphones or on your tablets. Now my teammate will explain you the layered architecture.
So this is a layered architecture that how we can going to be implement. It is basically developed under the agile model, because waterfall model is a totally kind of rigid or it is found to be unflexible. So we develop under the 4 months of this prototype under the agile model, covering of about 4 months of the strategy and testing and validation planning. As you can see over there, in the perception layer, it will going to be receive and gather the data from surrounding of its environment, and the power is going to be managed by L293 motor driver. And then the network and gateway like it, as a user, we wanted to get proper data with a proper GUI interface. So we developed the interface with the help of the interlink with the HTML CSS or the Tailwind CSS. And with the private IP, with the cloud collaboration, we developed the private IP such that it provide proper GUI interface on tablet, mobile phone, or other embedded systems. Now, as you can see over there, these are the various applications which we can use. We simply use the Node MCU, nanopart, or the like motor driver L293, servo motor, and these are interlinked or by the proper management power distribution of main motor driver under the bottommost cases. Now, as you can see over there, we are also going to be implement the big data, cloud computing part, radar system, or like with a different data analysis part, and also on the based on cloud-based data structures or servers. Now, how we it also used in EIML. It will not going to be implemented right now, but we are actually able to working on it for the future reference. But we also wanted to work on EIML part in order to train the data in a much more precision or accuracy. This is a target application where it will going to be used. It will going to be used in terms of coal mine, bore well, pipeline monitoring system. In many of the country, we noticed that most of the people are actually able to work under the lower wages by risking their own life. So we wanted to solve such kind of a problem because we are actually able to see in a real-time scenario, most of the are actually able to gonna die at like in terms of narrow spaces. So that's the reason.
Now, like as my teammate explained you that these are some real life applications. Now it can also be used in the archaeological activities, coal mines, space operations. Now, now we know that ultrasonic sensors or the ultrasonic waves do not travel in space. So we can replace it with the infrared sensors, which will eventually work as a light medium. It can also be used in army operations, as we talked about intelligent IoT systems. So that's why all these are some of our real life applications.
So these are the results and discussion. In what actually the outcome we will going to be obtained. We get the data of about 4 meters of range without EMF or Wi-Fi signal. This is one of the advantage of our innovative prototype. We also to be get long range. We also to be going to be extend with a maximum 1 kilometer of range in order to detect any obstacle with a proper radar system or GUI interface. But we need to require the Wi-Fi or EMF signal according to it. As we also to be a proper rotational system with the 4 DC motors which are totally interlinked with the proper lining part and proper power distribution system which we are going to be implement with the L293 motor driver under the cases. And we are also going to be implement the machine learning model for the future data analysis. So here these are the outcomes. As you can see that the 2-layer case which we have to be going to be developed. The forefrontal part will going to be the ESP32 cam for the real-time scenario monitoring, and this is a 4th obstacle detection system servo motor which is going to be available and implemented over the upper layer case. This is how the real-time scenario that how we can going to be detect the obstacle and show the graphical user interface for the human understandable that how the obstacle detect, and according with the distance or angle it will going to be mentioned on it.
It will also show you the angle and how far is the object from the rover.
So this is a GUI interface. As you can see there, we also maintain the speed of the light with the frequency with 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and 5, 5. And now we also do in the first phase we develop the simple phase diagram, but we are also working on it as well. Now in the conclusion and future work, my teammate Pratham Agarwal describe about what we can conclude.
Yeah. So our future work includes that we are planning to integrate it with a cloud platform, so we can host the live feeds on that cloud, so that it can be used for future investigations of future areas. And we are also planning to integrate a machine learning model along with it, so that it can identify and analyze that what kind of obstacles are in front of the rover. Like, is the obstacle a car, is the obstacle a person, or what? And we are also planning to integrate a robotic arm on the rover, so that it can pick the objects and move them aside. It would be highly important for us, so that we can use and implement it in coal mines. And as we all know that there is no or weak signals in the coal mines of Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, so we integrated the electromagnetic fields which can surpass cements or hard obstacles easily. These are some.
So these are the references which we have to be going to be displayed. That we are to be able to get the MK Sina from London in order to get the reference like of about the object detection we get from Springer or LNEE. And we also to be able to develop our video as a prototype video. If we are requested, if we have to show on it, will upload it on YouTube right now.
Thank you.
We
Thank
have
you. Thank you so much. So.
Can we have a permission?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
How is YouTube?
If you're like me, someone who was born in a different country but decided to move to Kuwait to chase a better...
Good morning, everyone. I, Pratham. Now it has also...
So here we're going to be develop this scenario for the real-time project. We wanted that where you can see the video so you can properly understandable in a real phase that what we are actually talking about. So we can show that how we can going to be maintain the speed or the light according with the frequency which is going to be implemented with the C++ or the Java language with the C#, and how it will going to be rotate with the proper 4 DC motors which are embedded on it. We can simply show the snapshot without just taking more time. So these are the snaps which we have to be going to be monitor on a dark scenario or the narrow spaces. So thank you for your patience and for your long time. Thank you so much. Shukran. Have a nice day. Shukran.
Okay. Thank you for the nice presentation. I think it might be very inspiring for our students. So now maybe we have time for one quick question from the audience. Any question?
Okay, so for this IoT-based robotic application, so data, you're collecting data through those IoT sensors and so on, but then you mentioned that you'll be training this data in some machine learning model, but then is this data going to trigger any actions back to those IoT devices? Because again, IoTs are, robust in the area of automations. So are you considering any of that? And another point is the safety aspect of this. You mentioned some military application. So have you looked into this?
Good question. So yes, we are working on a military application, but we wanted to develop that prototype that in order to focus on other fields as well. For the space missions, in order to collecting of samples, it also to be able to use it mainly we develop the prototype for rescue purposes, like not only for specifically in the same domain like military, but we wanted to, like in terms of rescue or the military operation, we wanted to gather the data for the war-like situations. And which the drone does not have at that particular point of time, but mainly for rescue like pipe planning, monitoring or coal mines which we personally face or which we personally see. Or according as second question, yes, we are also to be able to wanted to implement the data analysis in their own field. IoT also having revolutionized in the future or also having advanced in terms of technology, but we also need to be require some expertise on it. So that's why the reason we also have an expertise in data analysis. So according our use, we wanted to implement and train their accuracy. So that's why the reason. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So now we'll move to the next presentation, which will be delivered online. For some visa issues, our speaker couldn't make it, so but she will be available. So she's online now. She will be available to answer the questions after the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Kiran, and I am currently pursuing my MS Data at Rifa International University, Pakistan. I'm excited to present my very first research paper, which has been a meaningful step in my academic journey. The title of our paper is MINT, the Intelligent Few Shot Learning Based Model for Imbalanced IoT Attack Data Classification. I am proud to be the first author of this work, which I completed in collaboration with my co-author Sarinamullah Khan, who has been a great support throughout the research process. Our research focuses on addressing the challenges of detecting rare IoT attacks, network attacks, using few-shot learning, a promising approach for situations with limited label data. This topic is close to my interest in both cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, and I'm eager to share our findings with you today. Before jumping into the technical part, I would like to talk about why we choose this topic. As we all know, the Internet of Things is growing at an incredible pace, from smart homes and wearable devices to industrial sensor. Everything is getting connected. According to a recent report by IoT Analytic, there will be around 18.8 billion connected devices by the end of 2024. That number is huge, and it means more traffic, more complexity, and unfortunately a bigger surface for potential cyber attacks. Now you might think deep learning models are already being used for security, and that's true. But the challenge is that traditional deep learning requires tons of label data to perform well. And in real-world IoT networks, especially for detecting rare attacks, such label data is either imbalanced or very limited. That makes it hard for these models to generalize and support less frequent but dangerous threats. So this gap leads us to ask, what if we could train a model that does not rely heavily on large data set? That's where few-shot learning comes in. Our motivation was to build a smart, efficient system that can adapt quickly even when there is only a small number of training samples. Something that reflects real-world scenarios much more accurately. Now coming to the core problem we are addressing. First, one of the biggest challenge in IoT attack detection is the imbalance of data. Sometimes types of attacks have many labeled examples, but others, especially new or rare threats, have very few. This makes it hard for traditional models to learn meaningful patterns. Second, most of the traffic is encrypted, and IoT devices often use dynamic ports. Third, deep learning models, while powerful, tend to overfit. When trained on small or imbalanced dataset, they also often come with high computational cost, which makes real-time implementation difficult, especially on low-resource IoT devices. So the key challenge we are tackling is, can we build a model that is not only accurate and generalizable, but also lightweight and fast enough to work in real time? That's what our research aimed to solve, a model that works well with minimal data, handle encrypted traffic, and run efficiently. So in this slide, I will walk you through the key contribution of our research. The core of our approach is meta learning, specially designed for few-shot classification. This allows our model to quickly adapt and perform well even when only a small number of labeled samples are available, which is perfect for real-world IoT attack data where such limitations are common. To strengthen our model, we integrated three key components: the dynamic task augmentation, which creates diverse training tasks to improve generalization; capsule network, which preserves special hierarchies and relationship in data, giving the model a deeper understanding of attack patterns; and relationship network, which helps the system compare and classify new sample based on learned relationships. Together, these components significantly improve accuracy in low sample scenarios and allow for faster convergence, meaning the model learns efficiently in just few training efforts. Here I will give you a quick overview of our proposed framework MINT, which stands for Meta Learning Based Intelligent Network. For threat reduction, we follow a two-phase approach. The first is meta training, where the model learns how to learn from a variety of small tasks. Then comes meta testing, where the model applies that learning to new unseen examples with very few samples. What makes our framework unique is the use of dynamic sample selection. Instead of feeding static data, we select sample based on behavioral patterns, making the training more realistic and robust. Next, we use capsule network to capture hierarchical special features. This helps the model understand the internal relationship within network traffic, something traditional CNN often miss. Finally, we apply relation networks for similarity-based classification, meaning the model does not just try to memorize pattern but compares and reasons based on learned relationships, which is ideal for detecting novel or rare attacks. Let me walk you through how the Mint model actually works behind the scene. It's all begin with raw IoT traffic data that includes both normal and attack samples. In our diagram, different shapes represent different types of traffic behavior, including various kinds of attacks. Now, instead of feeding this data randomly into the model, we apply something called dynamic task augmentation. Basically, we group traffic samples based on their behavior, like uh, how bristly or periodic they are, and then create tasks from those. Once the data is grouped, it goes through a capsule network which extracts deep structure features and it's super helpful for understanding complex traffic patterns. After that, we pass feature into the relation network. Think of this as a comparison engine. It learns to tell how similar or different traffic patterns are, which is really useful when we have very few examples of new kind of attack. And then we use a memory bank to store learned information from past tasks. So if the model comes across a new types of attack traffic, it can remember similar past experience and adapt quickly. And finally, the predicted class, is the traffic normal or is it an attack? This happens during both the training and testing phase. And now let's take a closer look at how Mint creates its learning task. It's basically about dynamic task augmentation. It's really important part of what makes it work well. Each task in our system has two parts, a support set and a query set. Think of the support set as the examples the model learns from and query set as the examples it's tested on. But here the twist, instead of randomly picking samples, Mint selects them based on behavioral similarities like briskness or timing patterns. Now, capsule networks for feature encoding preserves a special relationship in packet attributes. Capsule networks don't just look at which features are present, they also understand how those features are arranged. In IoT traffic, that might mean how packet size, timing, and protocols interact. This special relationship helps the models deduct patterns that traditional models might miss when features are treated separately. And now in course hierarchical feature in IoT traffic, capsule works a bit like layers of understanding. They can deduct simple patterns first, then build on them to identify more complex behavior. Captures complex structures better than CNNs. While CNNs are good at basic features extraction, they tend to lose important details, especially when those details depend on relationship across time or sequence. And capsule networks retain more structure and the better at modeling the multidimensional nature of traffic. Essential for distinguishing similar DOS attacks. Many types of DOS attacks looks very similar at first glance, but capsule networks are sensitive to small differences in traffic behavior. Feature memory, bank, and comparison. One of the smart parts of our model is and the featured memory bank. Think of it like a brain that stores important patterns that learned from past network traffic. To do the comparison, we use two techniques, sigmoid and cosine similarity, which checks how close two features patterns are. Then we use something called ensemble's comparator, which combines the result from both methods to make the final decision, and so on. For the experimental setup, for our experiments, we use CICDS 2017 dataset, which is widely used benchmark for evaluating intrusion detection system. For this dataset, we select 10,000 samples to work with to make sure the evaluation was fair. We created balance test set with 100 samples per class, and we applied some pre-processing steps to standard scaler to normalize the feature value and making them easier for the model to learn from, and label encoder to convert the class label into the numbers model can understand. An MLP classifier, which is a kind of neural network, we trained it for 20 approaches. Now here are the results, evaluation metrics and visualization result. In this section you can see training accuracy per approach, about 3 approaches. After 3 approaches we just reached the accuracy 0.96 and something. After completing the 20 approaches we just reached to the accuracy 0.998 or something. And in our case, Mint achieve high accuracy, meaning it reliably distinguish between normal and attack traffic. Precision focus on how many of the samples flagged as attacks are truly. High precision in our results indicates that Mint produce very less false alarms. And in the such as confusion metrics make it easy to see where the model is performing well and where it might confuse certain types of attack. In our case, the confusion metric shows that most attack types are correctly identified with very few misclassifications. And here we can see the evaluation metrics and visualization together demonstrate that the Mint model is highly effective for IoT security. It can accurately detect a wide range of attacks, even when some attacks are much less common than others, making it a reliable tool for real-world IoT environments. To wrap up, our proposed Mint model offers a smart, lightweight, and adaptive solution for IoT network security. It directly tackles some of the biggest challenges in this field, like imbalanced data, limited data samples, and the heavy computational needs of traditional deep learning models. Is suitable for real-world and edge deployments. For future works, looking ahead, there are several exciting directions we plan to explore to build on these research. Explore zero-shot and online learning, deploy on edge devices for real-time deduction, validate on streaming traffic and other dataset, industry collaboration for large-scale deployment. Now to summarize, we introduce Mint, a few short learning-based model designed to handle the unique challenge of IoT network security with its ability to learn from limited data and adapt quickly. It opens up new possibility for lightweight, real-time, and intelligent threat reduction. Thank you so much for your attention. I would now be happy to take any question or feedback you might have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maria. Ms. Maria, can you hear us? Ms. Maria, can you hear us? Ms. Maria, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us?
म्यूट तो नहीं किया ऑडियो क्या हो ऑडियो कनेक्शन मतलब क्या हो
Ms. Maria, can you hear us? think, maybe we move to the next presentation. So some technical issues as usual, as expected. So now,
Hello?
yes. Can you hear us?
You can turn the mics and answer now. Invite him. Wants to meeting him. You can answer. Invite. Hello?
Yes. Miss Maria?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Actually, I can't hear you.
She cannot hear us.
Okay.
Speaker microphone. Let's try same as digital audio. Same this one. Yes. Try this. Hello.
Yes. Can you hear us now?
If you can hear me, you can type the question or I will answer the question.
Yeah. Can you make that? Try it out. Hello. You can say. No.
Yes. Now you are audible. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. So we had some technical issues. Okay, thank you, Ms. Maria, for the nice presentation. So maybe we'll have time for one quick question from the audience. Any question from the audience? Yes.
Maria, thank you very much for the presentation. So I have a question that I already sent you in the chat. So for the audience, can the system learn about new types of attacks? Because I see that you are doing classification. So your system is more descriptive. So is your system prescriptive? Does it resolve the problem or just classification? And does it learn about the new types of attacks? Thank you.
Sorry, you are asking about it can resolve the problem?
Yeah, basically resolving the problem, and also if there is another type of attack that the system does not know about, using like the behavior of the data or the type of the traffic, it can learn that this is not a regular kind of traffic, so it detects that as a new anomaly.
Yes, Hint is basically designed specially to resolve the core problem. It's handling the imbalanced data. So it basically can resolve the problems like imbalance handling and generalization to new attacks. And yes, we can say it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Maria. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So I hope that next time you will be able to make it, and we'll have you among us for the 3rd edition of S4IoT. So now we'll move to the next presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So which will be presented by our local KCST researchers. So the title of the presentation is Pyroelectric-Driven IoT Automation for Thermal Emissions Control, a Decentralized Security-Enabled Approach. So Dania and Mr. Rimia, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Today, we are going to present our recent work on pyroelectric-driven IoT automation for thermal emissions control, a decentralized security-enabled approach done at our lab of nanotechnology and photonics at KCST. So, energy harnessing, like introducing the energy harvesting applications, like what happens if we can generate energy from nothing, like generating energy for free, anywhere, anytime for free. This is an interesting approach. So here we are planning to introduce a new material, a nanofiber membrane based material that can generate energy from the environment. So here comes the importance of energy harvesting based on the application, based on the principle of piezoelectricity and pyroelectricity using nanomaterials, polymer-based nanomaterials. So here we begin with the principle of physics behind the piezoelectricity and pyroelectricity and the role of nanofibers, and then moves to the experimental setup, electrospinning procedure, IoT, then over to IoT integration and the hardware configuration. So what is piezoelectricity or pyroelectricity? Here we introduce a new material, PVDF, polyvinylidene difluoride, polymer-based material that we use for generating nanofibers using electrospinning setup. So this material has dual property, dual nature of piezoelectricity and pyroelectricity. What is piezoelectricity? A material that can generate electrical energy when we apply a mechanical stress can be called as piezoelectric materials, and same time pyroelectricity represents the generation of voltage whenever there is a temperature variation on these materials. So our material PVDF behaves in both ways, so we utilize this behavior for generating energy from the environment. So this material is converted in the form of nanofibers using electrospinning setup. Electrospinning is an electrohydrodynamic process where a high voltage is applied onto the PVDF polymer solution so that the droplet can be elongated and stretched, generating ultra-thin, fine nanofibers that can be deposited onto the collector electrodes, from where that can be peeled out and can be utilized for, or can be utilized for further applications. So here you can see that whenever we apply a mechanical stress or temperature variation, the randomly aligned dipoles inside the material will be oriented, completely aligned and oriented, generating a potential difference so that a voltage output can be obtained. And here, the electrospinning setup that we use in our lab of nanotechnology and photonics at KCST for fabricating the nanofiber is shown in the present slide. Now, after generating these nanomembranes, we move forward to the application part where we study the impact of mechanical disturbances and thermal airflow based perturbations, how it affects the nanomembrane. So before, whenever we go for the application part, we should harness the energy. So we make a nanofiber patch so that nanofiber membranes will be sandwiched between two metallic collector electrodes so that we can capture the generated energy. So how the quality of the generated nanomembrane is tested or analyzed using some characterization techniques like SEM, scanning electron microscope, for the morphological analysis, and FTIR for getting an idea about the piezoelectric phase content of the material. So now moving to the main results. So since it is piezo and pyroelectrically active, we applied some free-falling masses as part of mechanical disturbance with and without airflow perturbations, and we found that the material is able to detect both the stress, like mechanical stress and the airflow perturbations, and an enhanced voltage generation is observed with mechanical disturbance and the airflow perturbations. A maximum of 8 volt is obtained under the impact of 250 gram mass and an airflow velocity of 5 km per hour. In addition, we tested our nanomembrane, the behavior of our nanomembrane towards different airflow velocities in the range from 4 km per hour to 12 km per hour, and a maximum of 4 volt is obtained. In addition, we studied about the thermal effects, like we increased the temperature of the airflow, in the range from room temperature up to 110 degrees Celsius, and an enhanced behavior is seen from 90 degrees Celsius to 120 degrees Celsius. So this clearly demonstrates that our material or our prototype can sense the thermal emissions. In general, we can say thermal emissions from some industries or machineries, even automobiles. If it can sense this is unused energy, like it's wasted energy, so if you can harness some electrical power or voltage from this wasted heat energy, that will be useful. So we can say that like in the cities, or even in the industries, the thermal emissions, this can generate ozone, like this can generate thermal pollution, even ozone layer depletion, and also it accelerates the greenhouse gas emissions. So if our sensors can detect this and quantify or harvest electrical energy from these unused emissions, this can be utilized for self-powered sensors or energy harvesters. So integrating this material with IoT devices and the related applications will be discussed in the upcoming slides by my colleague, Ms. Dania. Over to you, dear.
Thank you, Ms. Rimia. So this research that is done at the Lab of Nanotechnology and Photonics. So first of all, it's on pyroelectricity and being able to drive energy from pyroelectric sensors towards creating a decentralized an IoT network that would allow you to come up with several different complex automations and then have this data recorded on digital ledgers for immutable record keeping. So the problem here is that the factories in industrial areas are a very major cause of heat emissions, accumulations, especially in large-scale machineries and power plants. So, and there are also regulations on this. Mainly, there are regulations on on what is the maximum temperatures that are allowed in indoors. Factories in the industrial setting. So, so in order to ensure that these regulations are, sorry. Okay. To ensure that we keep this data secure, we are proposing this solution to mitigate this, not only to mitigate this problem, but also to bring transparency through timestamps logging. So essentially, pyroelectricity pyro is Greek for heat and fire. So essentially, it's the generation of electricity from any heat detection taking place. So this is the power electronic interface that we are using in order to make this electricity appropriate for the loads that are the IoT sensors and part of the IoT, the entire IoT network architecture. So moving on, there are two main important things for pyroelectric sensors here, and they are the pyroelectric ability to trigger actions based on the sensed environmental impulses, or to be able to harvest this data, to harvest this energy. So, but the first application is the more prominent application for us to make use of the pyroelectric ability possessed by nanofibers. So essentially, this is the holistic view. This is the holistic view, but we also need this network to be able to take actions based on and make decisions based on what it senses, and also some variables such as the urgency of the situation, and also the energy efficiency priorities based on what devices to turn on in certain circumstances. So it's quite a complex process to take place. So there's a lot of decision making that is on top of the IoT central hub to make. And these are the sensors layers. There are the sensor layers for environmental detection, environmental impulses detection, and then an automation layer consisting of the edge gateway, and the action layer, and then the blockchain layer. And then blockchain is used as a base for smart contract application. We want to be able to use blockchain in order to have it as a virtual machine, for example, where we have our application run on top of it. So that's the idea of a smart contract. So here in the picture we can see in the diagram the overall view of this blockchain network and how it communicates with the IoT network, as well as the SIM solution flowchart that is about for evaluating this IoT network. And at the end of the day, this is a very safety critical system. So because IoTs are essentially by design very unsafe because of their manufacturing limitations. So we need to have solutions such as smart contracts based on blockchain technology in order to involve some safety aspect into this, along with security as well. So at the end of the day, the takeaways from our research work are related to the development of the PVDF that possesses pyroelectric ability, and then also using that to power IoT networks, and then having all of those digital records being stored in immutable ledgers in order to have them available for regulatory authorities, for them to see this data that is not able to be immutable, it's not non-immutable, so it cannot be forged easily. So that's the safety aspect and security part of this project. And then future work is on the advancement of the smart contract application, and also the other areas in nanofiber technology, which is involvement of another type of nanofibrous sensor in order to improve the pyroelectric ability of the nanofiber technology. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to respond.
Yes. Thank you, Dania and Dr. Remia, for the nice presentation. So any question from the audience?
Thank you, Doctor. Regarding the decentralized blockchain, how you simulated blockchain in the lab?
Okay, so are you done? Okay. So about the blockchain simulation, blockchain used here is based on the consensus algorithm that is called proof of work. It's a very computationally expensive algorithm in nature, but then for it to be able to be used with IoT networks, there is a challenge here. So in these cases, we need to come up with a slightly different consensus algorithm that is a bit lightweight for us to, have those because there are problems with IoTs. They tend to aggregate their efforts in order to solve this computationally expensive puzzle, because IoTs are very constrained and low on computation in general. So how we simulated this? We simulated it through the IoT networks, sensors. We fed those in real time. This data comes in real time to the blockchain application and is then saved in those digital ledgers securely. So that's how.
Okay, thank you, Dania. So now it's time to move to the last presentation, and actually there is no better way to conclude the morning session. So the last presentation is entitled The Next Frontier of Cybersecurity, Zero Trust for Enterprise IoT Ecosystem. It will be delivered by Dr. Bilal Ali from Palo Alto Network from UAE.
Because I cannot keep stand. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you are still awake. All right, so this is Bilal, and hopefully within the next 15 minutes, we'll give you, hopefully again, informative details about the cybersecurity in the IoT world. So my session would not be maybe as interested as my previous peers, because I'm not focusing on the technicalities for this paper, rather than the framework for cybersecurity that I see with my co-author, should be my co-author and I. We see it actually, this is the best approach for cybersecurity from now onwards. So actually I'm already working for Palo Alto as a security consultant, as well as actually I have been in the academia and then decided to go into the industry. So I have been across the two fences, طيب. Talking about the IoT devices. So IoT, it's part of our life. It's part of our daily life. Whether you are in office, you are in the school, you are at home, everything connected to the network, IP-based connected, we consider it as IoT. All right? Your coffee machine is IoT. Your smart fridge is IoT. The TV, just the Android or the Web OS TV in the school is IoT. And what we have found so far, that those devices always is what, Doctor? They are underestimated. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you have checked your smart TV at your home that the operating system is not vulnerable, whether it's running Android or Web OS? Never. However, you may have a storage connected to your network at home. You have credentials, you have sensitive data. And think about here, all the big bosses, always in their offices, you will have a TV. And that could be the starting point. This is the initial point to penetrate your account, right? And that was exactly the motivation to think about how we can think about IoT devices and the cybersecurity risk posed by those. And this is actually one of the recent, I'm not sure, maybe here we have something with the clarity, maybe it's not clear, but within Palo Alto, I have added here the reference. The most interesting part for CCTV, as you can see, 78% of cloud-based CCTV cameras are vulnerable. And there is one incident case where I think Nissan, hospitals, schools, and Tesla, the cameras had been already compromised, 150,000 cameras being compromised. What does it mean? That your confidential data, and sometimes it's about your privacy data. God forbid, think about your CCTV cameras at home, which actually I'm always against that, if it is a cloud-based, of course. So there is always a risk. And in order to mitigate the risk associated with all connected devices, what you need to do, it's always starting with visibility. Rule number one in cybersecurity, you cannot protect what you cannot see. So it starts with visibility. So this is why we have identified that the IoT devices, they are the weakest link in the chain. And if we go back to history, maybe I have mentioned that in my previous session last year, but it's worth repeating it. The first IoT, cybersecurity IoT incident happened, it was in 2016, and that was in a casino. And the casino was hacked, where actually 10 gig of data had been exfiltrated using what? Guess. Thank you. Fish tank, hot samak. The fish tank, it has a thermometer. The thermometer connected to the network. So they have compromised the thermometer connectivity, and from that, and you can imagine the data, 10 gig of casino, what kind of data? And then this is actually, it was like alerting, it's a trigger. You have to take IoT security seriously, IoT security. And in order to do that, what we need to do, we need actually to understand the vulnerabilities and the security risks associated with the IoT devices, okay? Do you know for a fact that now there are websites available on the internet that you can just give them the vendor, for example, for your router, for the CCTV cameras, for whatever, and it will give you the default passwords. And usually we are lazy enough to change the password, so we leave it just the default. So you need to have a tool that can do continuous scanning. Plus, again, a question for you. When was the last time you have checked the driver for URI printers? URI printers is accessible from all users, all students in the uni can print. When was the last time you have checked the driver? It's not vulnerable, it's not, maybe it has known vulnerabilities, or it's not exploited as well. Maybe today you are secured, but what about tomorrow? Maybe this driver for the printer is exploited. And that was actually the research gaps here we find in our literature review. That actually we have identified 4 things. First of all, it's always about visibility. You cannot see, you cannot protect what you cannot see, as we agree. So we need to provide discovery and identification of the devices. Once we have done that, we need to make sure that those IoT devices are authenticated, if possible. And we need to do network segmentation. Because what happens usually in the enterprise customers, by the way, I'm focusing in the FSI, in financial services, which is the critical infrastructure, banking. What we see over there, that always they have a separate network for physical security, for CCTV, for access door, for fingerprints. They have totally separate network, but not every single organization can afford that. What does it mean for you? It means that CCTV camera, the labs, your Wi-Fi is connected to the same network. So if one IoT device is compromised, this is the entry point to your network. So what we need to do here, we need to do segmentation. We need to make sure that those IoT devices are connected to appropriate VLAN. And these VLANs are protected. What does it mean protected? Which means that you have a restricted access for those IoT devices, which we call it apply least privilege. Then the zero trust concept. What does it mean? By the way, my name is, or my nickname, Dr. Zero Trust. So what does it mean, zero trust? If it has a motto, it would be never trust, always verify. Again, never trust, always verify. Which means in this case, I need to do continuous risk assessment for all connected devices, as I have mentioned earlier. The IPTV or the printer, it's secure, it was secure yesterday. But today, maybe there is a new exploit. There is a new vulnerability. You cannot rely on the local team to go and do all this manual work. So we need to do, or to offload the heavy lifting to what? Let's call it AI, call it whatever. But we need to offload it to the machines so they can do the work for us and do continuous assessment. Of course, if you can afford employing much employees, you will solve a problem of unemployment in the world. But this is not the case in the real world. Then it's about what? Policy enforcement. I have the visibility. I just connected the IoT devices to the appropriate VLAN in the right network segment. And then I'm doing continuous risk assessment. Then what does it, what's missing is I need to enforce the policy. Trust me, and whoever will attend today the IoT lab will see this in the lab. Sharing experience now. One of the banks, I take it as a personal challenge. He told me, no, we are 100% secure. I told him, okay, give me a chance to do a proof of concept. I'll bring my IoT security gear, I'll put it in your environment, and let's see what we discover. Surprisingly, we found that the IPTV is connected to China. It has a channel to China and another channel to Russia. Nothing against those countries. But why IPTV has one channel to China and another channel to Russia? And that was actually a triggering point, alerting that there is something wrong is happening. Why my IPTV is connected? To him, this is how it starts. You are focusing on your crown jewels, right? You are focusing on your database, on your application, in your services, in your digital assets. Those IoT devices, always they are underestimated. They go underseen. But this is where it comes. We need to have policy enforcement. Intelligent, which means automation, where we can leverage AI. So this is what we need. And this is exactly the paper that we have contributed to the academia. We need to, we call it Zero Trust Security as a short-term acronym, ZTS. So remember, least privilege, I need to provide the minimum access for IoT devices to do their job. Printer, I will allow only the protocol for printing for particular users if needed. IPTV, I just need to allow HTTP traffic to whatever servers I'm connected to. Nothing more, nothing less. Printers, they should not be accessible from outside because no one at home should print a paper here in the uni. Continuous trust verification. I cannot emphasize enough on the concept of the zero trust. Never trust, always verify. It's all about continuous work. And here, it's about trust verification, and then we have a security inspection. Guess what? 99%, 99.9% of the traffic we are seeing nowadays is encrypted. So if you are not doing decryption, as if I'm Arabic person, and you are speaking to me Chinese, I understand nothing. So it's encrypted. So what you need to do to have visibility on the content of the traffic, you need to do what? Decryption. And this is where this capability comes into play. So we need to do decryption for the traffic to inspect all the traffic for malicious content, for malicious activities. And that's the zero trust concept. By the way, zero trust, it was already coined by NIST, the standard 800-027. If it at the core of the zero trust is how we can eliminate the implicit trust. If you are an employee, with all due respect, doesn't mean necessarily you are trusted. You are a professor, you are the GM, you are the owner, doesn't mean necessarily you are trusted. We have to do and apply the continuous trust verification. And this is not apply only for people, apply for connected devices. So it's all about continuously eliminate the implicit trust. And that's exactly the contribution to the paper, to simplify it to you and to make sure that you understand what we have done. In the paper, we have presented two main elements. One, we call it pillars, and the other one, we call it enablers. So I tried to make it like color-coded, but here it seems everything is the same color. We have this matrix. So for any digital environment, you will have these three main components. You will have IoT/users, you will have applications, as well as you have the infrastructure that where all these users and IoT devices are connected. Okay? And then we have this, what we call them, the security domains. So we have the identity for IoT device, remember identity and authentication, and then we identify the device, we inspect the access, and during the transaction itself, we need to make sure it's always legitimate, which is part of the continuous inspection and the trust verification. And in the enablers, which means this is the reassurance of zero trust policy, the continuous verification. So we have 4 components. We have the policy enforcement, which comes at the end. We have the asset management, which means I cannot protect what I cannot see. 2 minutes, right? Yeah. almost there. And we have the segmentation and the visibility. I know actually I am the guy now standing between you and the break. So please don't hit the player, hit the game. And in order to help you and help any organization to implement the framework for the zero trust, which is aligned with this standard, we came up with the 5-step, we call it journey. Zero trust as a concept, it's a journey. So it's start with defining the protect service. Remember, what is your crown jewels? What are the most critical assets within your environment? And then we need to do the transaction flow. IPTV should connect to what? Printer should connect to what? The, I don't know, CCTV should connect to what? Which services, which application, which direction? And then we architect the zero trust concept, which means we do the segmentation, the conduits, and we understand the protocols that should be used. Then we create the zero trust policy. And it should be always at layer 7, which means we need to understand which application being used by the zero trust. And of course, to close the gap, it's always about if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. And this is where monitor and maintain comes into play for continuous. And this is the key word, continuous trust verification, continuous inspection. That's the conclusion and the direction. Of course, here we don't have anything technical so far, and that should be an eye-opener for anyone interested in this in the academia, where he can pick one of the areas that we have highlighted here, and then they can develop the right algorithm, the right security, maybe cryptography, and policy to be enforced to address the challenges. This is me powered by AI. Any questions? Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Bilal, for the interesting presentation. I've been reading about the Zero Trust since day one, when they announced the workshop and the conference. And I have some question regarding it. I will ask one question now. Regarding the organizations when they implement the Zero Trust concept, what are the key performance indicators should organizations monitor to assess the success of the Zero Trust security concept?
Yep, thank you. Actually, it's a very valid question. So once it comes to the Zero Trust, because Zero Trust is, you are not applying a security control by itself. So it's not something that you can quantify easily, you know, but it's about a strategy. So Zero Trust, it's about strategy, it's about mind shift that they need to adopt. No one is trusted. How you can do that, where you can run something, we call it compromise assessment. What does it mean? Now we have identified, for example, the database, it's my crown jewel. This is the most critical application or asset, not application, it's a database. All right, and we have applied the Zero Trust following the concept here. Now we need to do a simulation, attack simulation, to see whether insider or external vector can penetrate and can get the data. And this is the moment of the truth, where you need to run compromise assessment, breach assessment, and this should be continuous. And there are platforms, I'm not here to promote products or solution, there are platforms that can help you to automate this kind of services. I hope it answers you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bilal, once again. So I would like to ask you to please remain on stage, and I will call Dr. Murad Khan, the conference co-chair, to join us and to present you a certificate of appreciation for your contributions to S4IoT.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Morugapan. Mr. Dhuruf and Pratham, please join us on stage. Thank you. And finally, Ms. Dania and Dr. Rimia. So please join us on stage. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for having attended this morning session. So this concludes the morning session. Now it's time to recharge and network further over lunch, which will be served in near to the auditorium entrance on the second floor. So please take this opportunity to network and recharge, and then we resume at 1:30. So please do not forget to scan the QR code to share your feedback. And for those who attended the morning session, so do not forget to scan the QR code near to the screens downstairs to get the certificate of participation. So you can follow Dr. Ziad. He will show you where the lunch is served. Thank you so much, and see you at 1:30. Yeah, 1:30. We'll resume at 1:30. We'll have a keynote speaker at 1:30. Professor Manshai. He will start the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
PPT I will give you. Just
You need to move it first.
yes, that's right. I forgot. This one down.
Yes. تسجل وبناء على تسجيلك خلاص هم طرف.
Good, right? Good, right?
يلا جورج يلا هادي ذا يلا هادي ذا يلا
We'll
يلا
go
براحتك.
and eat. Correct. Related clarity issues is there or not? One second. ഒറ്റ minute.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا الأمين.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ahmad Sakr.